championship.
And switching tracks now, Radhika, let's get our viewers the longest festival. We're talking about the longest Dussehra festival that's being celebrated now for 75 days, showcasing the rich cultural heritage of Bastar in Chhattisgarh.
That's right. This is magic of world's longest festival celebration like no other in Bastar. Let's get you the special report.
The magic of the world's longest festival in the heart of India, Chhattisgarh's Bastar. The Bastar Dussehra, a 75-day-long festival, is a celebration like no other. "75 days of rituals, dances and devotion, showcasing the rich cultural heritage of the region." The festival dates back to the reign of the 13th century king Purushottam Dev. Unlike other Dussehra celebrations, it doesn't commemorate Lord Ram's victory over Ravan. Instead, it honors the local deity, goddess Danteshwari Devi. The Bastar Dussehra is organized by the royal family of Bastar.
बस्तर दशहरा सबसे पुराना परंपरा है जो कि 1400 शताब्दी से चले आ रही है। आज दिन तक 600 साल पुरानी ये परंपरा है। हर दिन का एक महत्व है और ये परंपरा सदियों से चली आ रही है। और एक माटी पुजारी भी। बस्तर रियासत ही ऐसी रियासत है जिसमें कि महाराजा को एक रथ के उपाधि मिली गई। किसी देश में ऐसा नहीं हुआ और यहाँ पे रावण दहन नहीं होता।
People from different tribal backgrounds don colorful traditional attire and fill the streets with energy, dance and folk music. A massive two-tiered chariot is crafted by skilled carpenters and pulled through the streets by up to 400 individuals.
Jagdalpur, a small city in Chhattisgarh where a 75 days long Dussehra is being celebrated. Locals, the tribals, everybody is participating here in this whole celebration. These visuals, you can clearly see the people, the tribals of Bastar performing the ritualistic dance that is done here. They are carrying a palki over their shoulder. In this palki, they say that the goddess of Bastar, stay in this palki, and that is why they are revolving it all around the place.
मैं ये देवी के साथ घूमता हूँ। ये मंडवी परिवार का देवी है। ये पूर्वज से चलते आ रहा है। हम लोग का दादा परदादा लोग जो लाए यहाँ से, उस दिन से हम इस देवी को यहाँ लाते हैं।
कितने सालों से आप इस पूजा में भाग ले रहे हो?
मैं हो गया 20 साल हो गया।
20 साल हो गए।
बहुत अच्छा लगता है। ऐतिहासिक पर्व है यहाँ बस्तर का। विश्व प्रसिद्ध है दशहरा और बहुत ज़्यादा लोकप्रिय है। लोगों में राजा के प्रति सम्मान बहुत ज़बरदस्त है यहाँ पे।
The streets of Jagdalpur, Bastar's district headquarters, come alive with energy and excitement during the festival.
The king will do a puja and bring an end to this whole procession, and after today the new year will start for the people who are living in Bastar. With camera person Sachin, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV.
Let's move on to some interesting update from Goa. This is MOU for dictionary in Konkani, boost to Konkani. In fact, this is scientific vocabulary. MOU signed for dictionary in Konkani. In fact, the government there signing a memorandum of understanding with Union Education Ministry to create a glossary in Konkani. Of course, students will soon be able to access Konkani. So this is an interesting update from Goa. MOU signed for dictionary in Konkani. That's all we have on this bulletin of Breakfast Show. We'll be with you more with more updates and news. Same time tomorrow, but updates will continue on NDTV 24/7.
Absolutely, Radhika. We'll be back with a whole lot more tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
Omar Abdullah to take oath as the new Chief Minister of J&K, and the Congress to support Omar Abdullah's government, but only from the outside because they've been given one berth and they haven't been able to decide their ministerial candidate. The Maharashtra Dangal, a day of key meetings. It's the Mahayuti's big guns that will be meeting with Amit Shah here in the national capital, and key Congress meeting coming up as well. And hoax bomb call grounds an Air India flight at the Canadian airport, and Canada steps in as far as the stranded passengers are concerned. They're being flown to Chicago. Do remember this was a flight that was meant to arrive in Chicago but was diverted to an airport in Canada. And threat calls jam airliners once again. Hoax calls have grounded 10 flights in the last 48 hours, and the Ministry of Civil Aviation calls for a high-level meeting on the matter. And we get you the magic of the world's longest festival of Dussehra, over 75 days from Bastar in Chhattisgarh. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vada. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the National Conference leader, Omar Abdullah, who's set to take over as the new Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, as well as Party General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, are all scheduled to be attending that swearing-in ceremony of Omar Abdullah, which is going to take place at 11:30 this morning in Srinagar. Do remember that Abdullah was the Chief Minister of the erstwhile state between January 5th of 2009 and January 8th of 2015. Also in attendance will be Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav, who's been there since Tuesday, Prakash Karat, as well as D. Raja Kanimuri, Supriya Sule of the NCP, as well as Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party. They're all expected to be there at that swearing-in ceremony that's going to be taking place a little later this morning. Now, the National Conference won 42 seats, while the Congress won 6 seats, and the majority got further strengthened with the backing of 5 independent MLAs and 1 MLA from the Aam Aadmi Party. Security has been tightened around the venue as far as that swearing-in ceremony that's coming up in Srinagar. Let's also just listen into what Farooq Abdullah. In fact, let's first go across to my colleague Nazir, who's joining us in order to get us more on this. Nazir, security has been tight as far as this swearing-in ceremony is concerned, but from what we're hearing is that the Congress is sitting out as far as this situation is concerned, because they really haven't been able to make up their mind as far as their candidate is concerned.
Well, no Congress MLA will be shown as the minister today. Because Congress has, as per the seat, the number of seats they will get, berths, cabinet berths, they will get 1 berth. But Congress has 6 MLAs, but so far they have not been able to decide who will be their pick. So in that case, they have requested National Conference, please just keep that seat vacant. And NC has decided also to keep their own 2 seats vacant. So what our sources tell us, that besides Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, who will be taking oath, there would be 5 ministers, and there would be a right mix up from the regions and the religions also. So there was a concern whether there will be a right representation of the Jammu region. So there would be, this after Omar Abdullah will take oath as Chief Minister, there would be Surinder Chaudhary from Naushera Rajouri, who's an NC MLA. He will take oath as Minister, maybe Deputy CM also. There would be also one Hindu face from Jammu as well, and then it's expected that a Muslim face from Jammu will be also there. So it's expected 2 to 3 ministers will be from Jammu region, and then there would be at least 2 from the valley. One would be expected Sakina Yittu, who is the only this woman who could be the only one woman minister in Omar Abdullah cabinet, and then one minister would be from the North Kashmir. While most of the seats National Conference has won are from the Kashmir Valley, but besides Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, and there would be only 2 other ministers in this cabinet from the valley, and 3 others, 2 to 3 from Jammu as well. So many people may be disappointed, but there are only 9 ministers, including the Chief Minister, would be as far as the strength of the cabinet is concerned, because there's 1 to 10 ratio. There are 90 MLAs in the assembly. Only 9 ministers can take oath, including Chief Minister. So in that case, their hands are tied. But today, no Congress minister will be there in Omar Abdullah's cabinet. But after a few weeks, what is expected there would be again a swearing-in ceremony, and 3 more ministers will take oath in the Omar Abdullah cabinet. And this is first election we know after a gap of 10 years, first elected government after abrogation of Article 370, first government in a union territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and what they are hoping now that the centre will soon, your parliament will soon pass a bill and restore the state as it was. Top Congress leadership, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are expected to join. It would be a complete show of unity by the India Alliance because the representatives from all the parties, it could be Akhilesh Yadav of Samajwadi Party, there would be Sanjay Singh from Aam Aadmi Party, Kanimuri, and also NCP's Supriya, she will be also attending this swearing-in ceremony of Omar Abdullah today. So large number of people are there at Sher-e-Kashmir International Convention Center, and as I said, people have been waiting for this government since long. As this is the first elected government after a long presidential rule, 6.5 year long presidential rule, which has come to an end after just 2 days back. President issued a notification revoking center rule in Jammu and Kashmir. So finally, Omar Abdullah in few hours from now will take oath as Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir along with 5 other ministers, but there would be no Congress minister in this cabinet as on today.
Right, Nazir, of course, we also have Sunil with us. Sunil, the party, from what we're hearing, has declined the offer of that one ministerial berth in the upcoming, government formation that's going to be taking place today. And they'll be supporting, the national conference from the outside. Why this delay that we're seeing? Why have they not been able to, decide on that one ministerial candidate?
Well, multiple factors. I think first, of course, is the fact that the Congress didn't do very well in Jammu. That being said, they were in a pre-poll alliance and they are definitely supporting the government from outside. There are also two thoughts about what exactly should their role be. Should they be supporting from outside? Because there are differences of opinion in terms of the Congress as well as the National Conference on how they view various situations in for example, Article 370. To make it clear, I think they both are very clear that statehood should be given immediately to the region. How fast it can be given, the conversion of a union territory to the state, a promise made by the Prime Minister as well as the Home Minister. Now they have to really walk the talk and ensure that the democratically elected new government, as Nazir was pointing out, a first in many, it's history in making, that after Article 370, this is going to be the first government, a union territory being converted. So they have those issues, those points to iron out. And I think the Congress leadership decided to defer and support it from outside at present. We'll have to wait and see how things play out in the next few days and weeks before they take a final call on this important issue.
Right, Sunil, thank you so much for joining us. Let's just also listen in to Omar Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah.
Jammu and Kashmir has gone through an extremely difficult time. People have enormous expectations, and our challenge is to live up to those expectations.
Or take oath as the first Chief Minister of the Jammu and Kashmir after the abrogation of Article 370.
I have some strange distinctions. I was the last Chief Minister to serve a full 6-year term. Now I'll be the first Chief Minister of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The last distinction, as in the one of serving 6 years, I'm quite happy about. Being a Chief Minister of a Union Territory is a different matter altogether. It has its own challenges, but I hope that the status of a Union Territory is a temporary one.
10 साल के बाद यहाँ पे लोगों की हुकूमत होगी। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट जो है बहुत जल्दी स्टेटहुड रिस्टोर करेगी और पूरे जो महकमे हैं, ताकत है, वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को मिलेगी। तब स्टेट गवर्नमेंट जो है यहाँ के लोगों के मुश्किलात को दूर कर सकेगी तेज़ी से, और फिर से जम्मू कश्मीर जो है वो हिंदुस्तान का मुकुट है, ताज है, ताज चमकने लगेगा, उसकी हम उम्मीद करते हैं।
Right, let's just also get Ranbir Singh Patania, the BJP spokesperson, who's joining us. Sir, we just heard Farooq Abdullah talk about how he's very hopeful that the centre will restore statehood at the earliest. Your reaction?
First of all, a very good morning to all these viewers of NDTV. Farooq Abdullah, National Conference and Congress, they are themselves a sea of contradiction, interpolation, and a track record of treacherous behavior with the people of Jammu and Kashmir. Point number one, so far as statehood is concerned, Bharatiya Janata Party's top leadership, and that even on the floor of the parliament, we have reiterated again and again that Jammu and Kashmir statehood will be restored very shortly and at an appropriate time. So no need to make undue political inferences or pointers or trying to score political brownie points for Dr. Farooq Abdullah and National Conference. The main issues with regard to today's alliance, which has this is an alliance which has no ideological coherence, which has no working plan. There is no working agenda between Congress and NDTV. With regard to Article 370,
when we talk about the Congress party that's decided to sit out as far as the formation of the Omar Abdullah government is concerned, they have still not been able to figure out. They've only been offered one berth, and the Congress has decided to sit out as far as the government formation is concerned. Your reactions to this? What do you think is keeping them from deciding on that one ministerial berth?
They have Jammu and Kashmir's political history, and particularly post 1947, which has seen a track record of, we could say, seesaw battles between Congress and NDTV, just petty interest. One minister, two ministers, who shall be the chief minister, and the people's interest of Jammu and Kashmir, it has been put to the back burner. Today again, it is the same display. It's again a same, we could say, exposition of bitter opportunism, bitter petty politics, bitter, we could say, the loaves and fishes of power. So there's no coherence, maybe on ideological point, maybe on working point, maybe with regard to approaching the day-to-day issues of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. Though we accept the mandate of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, that the conference has got the maximum number of seats, but on the other side, the biggest poll percentage, the biggest vote percentage, that is more than 26%, that is backed by Bharatiya Janata Party. And we have also extended our wishes to the Omar Abdullah and Mr. Omar Saab to go ahead and please make steps to achieve what you have said in your vision document. So now this is an internal matter between the Congress and National Conference, but on day one, the tensions are out in the open. The interpolations, they are out in the open. And the ideological motives, the differences, and I said track record of seesaw battle between Congress and National Conference. They just kept on settling who will be the chief minister, who will be the minister, and they never cared for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. That's why Jammu and Kashmir has seen turmoil in the past few decades. So my very, very respectful submission and a very, very sincere appeal to the people across the board that Jammu and Kashmir needs to merge, particularly post 6th of August 2019. This is what Narendra Modi says. The gospel of Naya Jammu needs to be actualized on the political profile of Jammu and Kashmir. Please, please, Devya.
Of course, so according to what we are hearing is that the Congress party has declined the offer of the one ministerial berth in the incoming government and will offer support from the outside. Thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. Now, switching tracks. Let's get you the latest from Maharashtra, and it's a day of key meetings that are going to be taking place as far as Maharashtra is concerned. So we have Amit Shah, who will be meeting with the key leaders as far as the Mahayuti is concerned. So all three Mahayuti leaders, NCP's Ajit Pawar as well as Devendra Fadnavis, along with Ajit Pawar, will be meeting with Amit Shah today. So a very crucial meeting coming up. And on the other side, the Congress is also going to be having a very crucial meeting. When we talk about that meeting that's going to be taking place is going to happen with Amit Shah here in the national capital this afternoon, a day after the Election Commission announced the Maharashtra elections that will be held in a single phase on the 20th of November. The trio is likely to discuss the seat sharing and finalize the numbers after meeting with Amit Shah ahead of the assembly elections, the results of which will be declared on the 23rd. So we have Radhika joining us to get us more on this. Radhika, you know, from what we do know so far is that 90% of the seat sharing has been finalized, and now it is, you know, the last minute effort in order to appease everyone in terms of the seat sharing ratios concerned. Take us to what you know about the seat sharing formula that's been adopted so far from what you're hearing from your sources, and take us through, you know, the chief ministerial phase. That is very important, very crucial, and both parties are not really coming out and coming forward with who is really going to be their face as far as the chief ministerialship is concerned.
Absolutely. Both Mahayuti and MVA are in a hurdle. Multiple meetings taking place. Top leaders of Mahayuti will be meeting Amit Shah today. Besides that, Congress leadership will also be holding a meeting in Delhi. So yes, series of meetings happening, as the D-Day is approaching. Of course, yesterday was when the poll dates were announced, post which, multiple meetings have been decided. Now, as far as the numbers go, yes, Mahayuti has decided on 90% of the seats. That is what the leaders have been claiming. But BJP wants to be the big brother, of course, with about 140 to 150 seats. Sena likely to get about 90 to 100 seats. And Ajit Pawar NCP, which did not put up a great performance in Lok Sabha polls, may have to make do with about 40 to 50 seats, although he's been trying hard for about 70 seats. So that's the equation, that's the formula that they have arrived at, 90% finalized. Some differences have to be ironed out, which is why the leaders will be meeting Amit Shah today. Now, as far as the other side, MVA, is concerned, they also claim that 90% of the decisions have been made. We know for a fact that Congress is eyeing more than 100 seats. Sena is also eyeing as many seats. Both of them putting up the big brother, notion there, as far as the entire MVA equation is concerned. NCP, on the other hand, may get about 70 to 80 seats, NCP Sharad Pawar. So that's the equation as far as both Mahayuti and MVA are concerned. But yes, there will be ironing out of differences. There is a lot of bickering over many seats. So that needs to be sorted out. So therefore, both the alliance partners are sitting in meetings to sort of make sure that, it is acceptable by all the top leaders as well as by the members. Yes, chief ministerial phase is a bone of contention within Mahayuti as well as MVA. Time and again, Uddhav Thackeray had been saying that he will back whoever his ally partners choose. However, the ally partners, NCP as well as Congress of the MVA, feel that they don't have to hurry up, hurriedly give a name for the chief minister's phase. That can happen post-election. So that is a bone of contention within MVA. In Mahayuti also, while several pitch Eknath Shinde as the chief minister, some also pitch Devendra Fadnavis as the chief minister. So it remains to be seen, because even they have decided to not go ahead with the chief ministerial phase. Both of them waiting for the, other parties to sort of come up with a name. So that may not happen very soon. But as of now, the priority is given to seat sharing and candidate selection, and that is what will take place in the next few days, after which I think in a couple of days, within Mahayuti, in 2 to 3 days, they will come up with official announcement of names and candidates and seats.
Right. Of course, from what we're hearing from our sources, of course, the Congress party there that will be demanding more than 100 seats, and a very crucial meeting coming up as far as the Congress is concerned as well, and that will be happening today. Thank you so much, Radhika, for joining us with those details. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Well, let's just get you the very latest when it comes to the other state where elections are going to be coming up very soon, and this is in Jharkhand. The Prime Minister attended a key meeting as far as Jharkhand is concerned. So the Prime Minister, along with JP Nadda as well as Amit Shah and party leaders, attended the BJP CEC meeting as far as Jharkhand Assembly elections are concerned at the party headquarters on Tuesday. The Prime Minister expressed confidence about the outcomes in both the states, whether it's Jharkhand or even Maharashtra, where poll days were announced just yesterday. And of course, there will be a two-phase election when it comes to Jharkhand on the 13th and the 20th of November, while Maharashtra will be a single-phase election on the 20th of November. Now, the Prime Minister has gone on to say that a comprehensive candidate list was, in fact, that has been discussed. It, of course, does include the allocation of seats from allies from Bihar as well as Jharkhand, but also NDA partners of JDU and LJP. And let's get you the very latest, as decks have been cleared for by-polls as far as 2 assembly seats are concerned, and high-profile Wayanad constituency in Kerala, with the Election Commission on Tuesday announcing the dates for two-phase by-election to 48 assembly seats and 2 Lok Sabha seats in 15 states. So the by-polls in Kerala will be held on the 13th of November, and votes will be counted on the 23rd. 3rd of November. The Congress on Tuesday announced candidates for Lok Sabha and Assembly by-polls and fielded Priyanka Gandhi Vadra from Wayanad for Lok Sabha by-polls, and the Wayanad seat has been vacated by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi after he was elected to Lok Sabha from Raebareli in Uttar Pradesh in the general elections held earlier this year. The Election Commission announced by-polls to Wayanad Lok Sabha seat that will go to polls on the 13th, like we mentioned, along with voting for by-elections in 47 Assembly seats across 15 states. And let's just get you the very latest as far as Haryana is concerned, and central observers are scheduled to meet with Haryana's 48 newly elected BJP legislators, and that meeting is coming up today. After this is just a day ahead before the oath-taking ceremony that will be taking place in Panchkula as far as the new Chief Minister of the state is concerned, and the cabinet portfolio is going to be decided in this meeting that's coming up. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Gurpreet joining us live. Gurpreet, take us through this crucial meeting that's coming up just a day before the swearing-in ceremony as far as the new Chief Minister is concerned.
Well, we all know the Home Minister of India, Amit Shah. He's one of the central observer along with the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister. And today there is a crucial day for Haryana politics. We have seen the Chief Minister is going to be elected here after holding meeting by all the elected MLA. First of all, we will show all the visual from the ground what is happening at this point of time, because it has a lot of importance. BJP wants to give a grand welcome to this victory, which they are able to make a history in Haryana politics. Third time they are able to win election from there. They are going to form the government. We can see these visual huge arrangement have been made by the BJP party in specifically in Panchkula, where we can see a huge number of the leaders. They are started reaching here. The meeting will be started within us some time, and what we have learned around 10:30 or 10:30, all the MLAs, they will be reaching here, and after that the central observer, Home Minister Amit Shah, along with the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, they will be also coming here. They will be taking the meeting, and once this meeting is going to elect their own legislator leader, and after that all the MLAs, elected MLAs, along with the central observer, they are going to Haryana Governor House, where they are going to make a claim to form the government. So what we have learned and what we have understand for the last few days, we have seen a lot of arrangement have been made for this gala event, and we have seen the chief minister of all the state. They have also been invited to come in this program, where we have seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with the central leadership. They are coming to join this oath ceremony, which is happening tomorrow. But as of now, once again, I'll request my video to show what is happening on the ground at this point of time. We have seen this is the BJP Panchkula office, where this meeting of all the elected MLA will be happening here. From here, they are going to pick up their legislator leader, and then after getting the consent from all the elected MLA, they are going to appear before the governor. They are going to Governor House, where they are going to make a claim for formation of the government. And we all know on 17th tomorrow, they are going to hold oath-taking ceremony. That will be a grand program which is going to be arranged by the BJP party. The BJP party had multiple reasons to hold this grand show, because they want to give a message to the masses, not only in Haryana, all over the country, where we have seen the elections are already happening in Maharashtra and other states also. They want to give a political mileage from this grand victory, and they had already made history by winning election third time in Haryana. Back to studio.
Right, thank you so much, Gurpreet, for joining us with all those details. Switching tracks now to hoax calls that have grounded many flights in the last 48 hours alone. 10 flights have been grounded, and there was a flight which was in fact an Air India flight that was being flown to Chicago, but had to land at an airport in Canada. This is adding to the issues that the airline passengers have been facing as of late. But Canada has stepped in and has volunteered to help with the situation on the ground of these stranded passengers, and now these stranded passengers are being flown to their final destination, which is Chicago. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Vishnu joining us. Vishnu, why are these Air India passengers being evacuated by the Canadian Air Force? Why has Air India not been able to transfer them?
Well, as we speak, and I'm talking about just 10-15 seconds ago, the Canadian Air Force CC-130 aircraft, which is a military version of the Airbus A330 airliner, has taken off from Iqaluit, this very, very remote Canadian township. It's a subarctic township, and is now ferrying out those 211-odd passengers on the Air India Boeing 777, which made a landing in Iqaluit yesterday because of this hoax bomb scare. This is to do with the fact that the town itself is extremely remote. It's absolutely tiny. There are virtually no hotel rooms, and the conditions in the airport, which is very small, are very, very basic. And therefore, it was taking a lot of time for Air India to get that security clearance done of all the luggage on board the aircraft. Number one. Number two, the crew on board the aircraft also faced what are known as flight duty time limitations. In other words, you cannot operate a flight if you've been active for a certain number of hours. So they were not in a position to really fly. So what's happening now is that the Canadian government did step in with assistance. They've flown in an aircraft over there. That aircraft has just taken off, will carry these passengers to Chicago, which was their ultimate destination, and ultimately their luggage will follow.
Right, Vishnu, this is a very crucial time when the relations as far as India and Canada is at an all-time low, especially with diplomats who were expelled from both countries as of yesterday. So it's a very crucial time when Canada has decided to step in and help those passengers who were stranded at the airport at a very remote area. This is a very remote airport, like Vishnu was pointing out, and the challenges that were being thrown as far as the weather conditions are concerned as well. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for joining us. Now let's get you the very latest as far as the murder of former Maharashtra Minister Baba Siddiqui is concerned. The Mumbai court has sent the fourth accused to police custody till the 21st of October. The court had earlier remanded two other accused in the case to crime branch custody also till the 21st of this month. Both are accused of gunning down the leader. Third suspect, Praveen, was also sent to custody for his alleged involvement with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and the police have said that the suspects had been conducting surveillance on Baba Siddiqui for weeks before the killing. One of the suspects that the Mumbai police are looking for in the sensational murder of the former Maharashtra minister in Mumbai's Bandra last week had also been questioned after the firing outside the residence of actor Salman Khan in April, but was let off because of lack of evidence. We have Anuj joining us. Anuj, take us through the very latest in the Baba Siddiqui murder case. And of course, you know, in terms of the security as far as the actor is concerned, we do know that was beefed up to Y+. Take us through what does that really mean, Y+ security for the actor? What all does that entail?
As far as the latest in Baba Siddiqui's murder case is concerned, the police made their fourth arrest yesterday, and that was a major development because besides those who were physically present at the location or besides those who had put out the message via Facebook post, the police was able to get hold of someone from Pune who's originally from Uttar Pradesh and was working in the same scrap wheel industry which the other people were also working in, and the police believed that he was a sort of a mediator, someone who provided money and facilitated this entire act. Now, while these
a black bag was also found at the location of the site of that shootout that took place outside the office of the son of Baba Siddiqui. So a fourth person who is an accused in the case has now been sent to police custody as well. Do remember there's one person who still continues to be on the run. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. Just stay with us.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his
welcome back. Let's get you the very latest. This is in regard to let's get you the latest from Tamil Nadu, where a low pressure area that is staying at sea is developing and strengthening further, which basically means that the showers are going to increase over the coming 24 hours. A red alert warning has been sounded off by the Met Office for areas not just of Tamil Nadu but also Puducherry as well as Andhra Pradesh. This weather system is going to develop into a depression and cross the coastline of Andhra Pradesh, very close to Chennai, and that's expected in the morning of the 17th, that's tomorrow, which basically means very heavy showers are expected, and that is going to continue to impact various parts of Tamil Nadu as well as Andhra Pradesh. And we have my colleague Sam Daniel joining us to get us more on this. Sam, schools and colleges have been closed. People have been advised to work from home. Take us to the impact of this multiple weather system. And as of yesterday, the northeast monsoon has also set in over Tamil Nadu, which is why the showers are going to be, very heavy. And there's a red alert warning that's been sounded off by the Met Office.
That's right, Divya. The Met Office has given a red alert for Chennai and 3 other adjoining districts, including Chengalpattu, Kanchipuram and Thiruvallur, and an orange alert for 8 other districts. Authorities expect up to 20 centimeters rain today. That's because of a depression over the Bay of Bengal after the northeast monsoon set in. And this depression is at the moment centered around 390 kilometers east of Puducherry and 450 kilometers southeast of Nellore, and moving at around 12 kilometers per hour. And it's expected to cross between Puducherry and Nellore on 17th, that's tomorrow, because of which authorities say Chennai and the surrounding districts will experience very heavy or extremely heavy rainfall rather. But over the last several hours, except a brief spell of showers early this morning, Chennai has not been receiving much rains, and that's the worry that there could be severe pounding of rains all of a sudden. And schools, colleges and even government offices remain shut today. Private companies have been asked to work with minimal strength and switch to work from home if possible. Already the IT companies have been advised to work from home till the 17th. And authorities say they're not taking any chances. They are fully prepared, although now most parts of Chennai are waterlogging free because of the break in rain. Authorities are not taking any chances. More than 300 boats have been put in place, 300 relief centers in Chennai alone, and more than 5,000 across Tamil Nadu have been kept ready. 10 teams of NDRF and 16 teams of Tamil Nadu Disaster Response Force are also on standby. Besides, hundreds of heavy-duty pumps, tree cutters and desilting machines have also been kept ready just in case if it goes out of hand. So Chennai and three other districts bracing for extremely heavy rainfall, and authorities are asking people to be extremely careful not to step out unless it's absolutely necessary, and that they are available just in case if things go out of control. Divya.
Right, thank you so much, Sam, for joining us with all those details. And of course, there is a rain alert warning for Bengaluru as well. Very heavy showers are expected in Bengaluru, which is why schools and colleges have been shut and people have been asked to work from home. The BBMP, the civic body, has said that they're completely prepared as far as the rain that is expected in terms of not just today but over the next 72 hours. And to get more on this, we have Pratibha joining us. Pratibha, a lot riding as far as the situation on the ground is concerned this morning with a match that's coming up between India and New Zealand.
That's right. As far as the match goes, there is a lot of information that is still awaited from the Chinnaswamy Stadium. But what we hear so far is that Bengaluru seems to be breathing a bit easy thanks to the respite from rain. Heavy rains lashed through the entire city yesterday. And this was one of those areas, the low-lying areas where there was waterlogging that was witnessed yesterday. But the civic body has cleared several of these areas, over 50 areas in Bengaluru that were waterlogged, according to the data received. And we also hear that over 26 trees that were uprooted were also cleared off roads. In fact, the metro rail that has been running from Baipanahalli to MG Road, that was also disrupted because of one of the trees that was uprooted due to heavy rains. And the civic officials have been working round the clock to ensure that the blocked roads would also be cleared. Over 120 houses where the water entered into their houses is what we hear as of now. But things seem to be pretty much clear as far as Bengaluru is concerned, from waterlogged roads to the water that has entered into the houses. But the Met Department has predicted heavy rains for the next 3 days. Orange alert that has been issued today. But in the coastal regions, there could be a red alert that could be issued, is what we hear from the Met Department. While they have been monitoring the rains, we have to wait to see how prepared the city of Bengaluru will be, because yesterday it was definitely crippled. But today, with schools being shut as well as the techies are considering work from home options, there could be some amount of respite for the commuters as well as motorists who may not be stranded today, because there could be some amount of preparedness now. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Pratibha, for joining us with all those details. Now, switching tracks, as far as that strike by Samsung Electronics workers in Tamil Nadu is concerned, that has ended as significant progress was made in negotiation as far as those negotiations between striking workers and the company is concerned. According to sources from both sides, the Centre of Indian Trade Unions, which represented the workers, discussing the terms of the agreement in its general body meeting and announced the withdrawal of the strike. Now, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister thanked the CITU and the Samsung workers and the state ministers of small industries, labour and industries for their efforts in resolving that issue that was going on for months. We have my colleague Sam joining us to get us more on this. Sam, take us through, that situation on the ground which was carrying on as far as the Samsung workers are concerned. That has now finally come to an end with the Chief Minister there thanking especially the Samsung workers for ending their, a strike that they've been on for weeks and months now.
Divya, although Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and Industries Minister T.R.B. Raja have officially said that the strike has been withdrawn, strike by Samsung Electronics workers, the workers say they can make a formal announcement only after the general body meeting, in which they have to get the points rectified. But they say a significant agreement has been achieved over sustained talks and after the intervention of 3 ministers. And Samsung too, in a statement, has welcomed the development, and according to sources from the Industries Department, the workers ought to return to work immediately and they have to cooperate with Samsung authorities. The Samsung management should not indulge in any kind of victimization of these workers who went on strike, and they have to give a written reply responding to the demands of Samsung Electronics workers. The strike has been going on little over a month, and the main demands have been recognition of the Samsung Workers Union, pay parity, pay rise, and also a 5-day work and an 8-hour work schedule every day. They also want the system of mandatory overtime work every day to be done away with. Samsung had initially rejected the demand for recognition of the Workers Union and had agreed to give a 5,000 rupee pay rise to begin with, and also it offered air-conditioned bus services to bring workers back and forth. Besides, it agreed to hold consultations with workers with regard to other demands. And in terms of the impact of the strike, initially the production was hit, particularly coming ahead of the Diwali season. But over the past few weeks, Samsung management claims it had made sure the impact was minimal. It had roped in its logistics team members besides hiring contract workers. So a formal announcement expected any time now after the CITU General Body meeting in Kanchipuram. Divya.
Right, thank you so much, Sam, for getting us all those details. And now switching tracks to the External Affairs Minister Jaishankar, who is in Pakistan for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit that is being hosted by Islamabad. He also had a brief interaction with Pakistan's Prime Minister at an official dinner held for all summit attendees. The two leaders shook hands and exchanged a courtesy greeting as Mr. Sharif welcomed Mr. Jaishankar for the official dinner. A few words were spoken during that interaction that lasted less than 20 seconds. Ties between India and Pakistan have nearly been non-existent in the last decade since Pakistan-based terrorists targeted Indian military establishment in a series of terror attacks in 2015 and 2016. India, which has for long awaited for peace and stability in the region, has made it amply clear to Pakistan that terror and talks cannot go hand in hand. Let's get you a ground report with my colleague joining us all the way from Islamabad is Umar Shankar. Let's listen in.
Last night there was an informal dinner hosted by the Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, and we all saw how Pakistani Prime Minister welcomed E.M. Jaishankar. There was a handshake, exchange of pleasantries and a few words talk. Today is the main day for SCO Summit as the plenary is taking place at Jinnah Convention Center in Islamabad. The theme of this summit is strengthening a multilateral dialogue, striving towards sustainable peace and prosperity. And it will provide a platform for member states to address critical issues such as cross-border terrorism, economic cooperation, climate change and regional stability. As leaders from China, Russia, India, Pakistan and other member states are here, the focus will be on enhancing collaboration in an increasingly multipolar and turbulent world where two wars are going on. As cross-border terrorism is a very crucial issue for India, it is most likely that E.M. Jaishankar will spell out India's concerns once again on this platform. It is also to be noted that Pakistan once again mentioned Kashmir issue in its joint statement with China yesterday. The statement comes even as the EM Dr. Jaishankar is in Islamabad. Certainly it will have its own diplomatic consequences. We can remember last year, May, during the SCO Foreign Minister meet in Goa, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar had described his then Pakistani counterpart Bilawal Bhutto Zardari as a promoter, justifier and a spokesperson of the terrorism industry, which is the mainstay of Pakistan. And these were the harsh words. We'll have to see what Jaishankar says this time on the issue of terrorism emanating from Pakistan. As far as bilateral talk is concerned, it's already ruled out, though in his recent address back home, Jaishankar said India would certainly like to have good relation with Pakistan like any other neighbor country, but that cannot happen by overlooking cross-border terrorism. So cross-border terrorism is a big issue for India, and so in the shadow of India-Pakistan relationship, SCO meet here in Islamabad is work under progress.
Right, thank you so much, Umar Shankar, for getting us all those details. And now switching tracks, in a significant move to strengthen ties between our countries, Australia has launched the Working Holiday Maker Visa. Now, under this visa, working holiday makers from India can visit Australia for 1 year and work for study, as they can be, they can work or study short term while they're holidaying. And my colleague Disha Bakshi spoke exclusively with the Assistant Minister for Immigration on how this visa will benefit young Indians. Listen in.
A day after Australia launched its new Working Holiday Maker Visa, we have with us Australia's Assistant Immigration Minister, Matt Thistlethwaite, joining us on NDTV to discuss what these visas mean for Indian students. So as you know, you've recently announced this new Working Holiday Maker Visa. So could you tell us a little bit about how you think Indians will benefit from this and what the Australian government is actually aiming to do with this visa?
This is a cultural exchange visa. It's an opportunity for young Indians between the ages of 18 to 30 years to come to Australia for up to 12 months and to work and to see our great country. It provides those opportunities for cultural exchange between our two great nations, for young Indians to travel the breadth and depth of Australia, to get an appreciation for Australian culture, and then perhaps provide further opportunities for study later on down the track.
Right, and you also mentioned the mates visa, and we also discussed earlier that there's a skill gap in Australia. So how do you think these visa opportunities are going to help Indians firstly travel to Australia and address these skill gaps?
Yeah, the mates visa is about trying to attract some of the most talented young Indians who are working in fields such as artificial intelligence, in renewable energy, in mining, in engineering, to study, to undertake postgraduate study in Australia with opportunities to work in those fields. And there's a demand for this type of skill and this type of labour in Australia. So both of our nations can benefit from this mates arrangement, and I'm very, very pleased to be able to be here today at Amity University to promote that opportunity for young Indians.
Right, but these visas come at a time when, Australia's immigration rules have also seen certain reforms, certain post-study work rights have been reduced, there's been an increase in financial requirements. So do you think, in a sense, students could look at alternative, countries to opt for further studies, or do you think these visas will continue to attract students to Australia?
Yeah, after COVID, Australia had a very large increase in international visitors in a number of visa categories. So the government developed a longer-term strategy to make sure that we're guaranteeing quality outcomes for international students at Australian universities and technical colleges, and indeed better outcomes for skilled migrants who come to Australia as well. So it's about quality assurance, it's about a better experience for people who are coming from all over the world, and ensuring that the system is sustainable and that it has broad support in the Australian community.
Thank you so much, Minister, for speaking to NDTV.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Switching tracks to sports news now, and the first Hockey India Players Auction for Women was conducted in Delhi on Tuesday. 4 franchises gathered 96 players, with Udita being the highest paid player at the Women's League auction. Udita got a salary of 32 lakhs. 4 franchises, like we mentioned, bought 96 players, and Rani Rampal spoke exclusively with my colleague Rika Roy. Let's listen in.
Rani, thank you very much for talking to us, and many congratulations for this moment. आपने शायद बड़े अरसों से इस मोमेंट की इंतज़ार की थी।
बिल्कुल, हम बहुत सालों से सोचते थे कि कभी विमेंस लीग होगी क्या इंडिया में, क्योंकि हम हमेशा मेंस लीग ही देखते थे। बट आई थिंक हॉकी इंडिया का बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है कि विमेंस लीग को भी इंक्लूड किया। आई नो इस साल 4 टीम है, होपफुली नेक्स्ट सीज़न में जो और ज़्यादा टीम्स जुड़ेंगी, फ्रेंचाइज जुड़ेंगी। बट एक स्टार्ट होना बहुत ज़रूरी था, क्योंकि एक स्टार्ट हुआ तो बहुत सारे यंगस्टर्स को इस लीग में खेलने का मौका मिलेगा, जिनको अपना टैलेंट शोकास करने का मौका मिलेगा।
32 lakhs जो उदिता को मिला है, उसके बारे में आपका क्या कमेंट है? one women's hockey player getting sold for 32 lakh rupees, isn't that, wouldn't you think that's a magical figure?
या बिल्कुल, बिकॉज इससे पहले कभी वुमेंस हॉकी में इतना पैसा था नहीं। लीग अभी शुरू हुई है, सो अगर किसी विमेंस प्लेयर को 32 लाख मिल रहा है, सो इट्स अ गुड मनी। आई नो स्टिल बजट बहुत अभी भी कम है, लेकिन एक स्टार्ट के लिए ठीक है, एक स्टार्ट होना ना, क्योंकि जैसे जैसे ये लीग इस बार लोग देखेंगे, प्लेयर्स खेलेंगे, सो डेफिनेटली और भी फ्रेंचाइज जुड़ेंगी एंड होपफुली उसका नेक्स्ट ईयर जो बजट है वो भी इंक्रीज़ हो. बट आई एम सो हैप्पी फॉर द प्लेयर्स कि विमेंस प्लेयर्स आर गेटिंग मनी. जो बहुत सालों से हम सोचते थे कि विमेंस प्लेयर्स को भी एक फाइनेंशियल जो है वो हेल्प होनी चाहिए.
आपने पूरी तरह से तो हॉकी नहीं छोड़ा है. व्हाई डिडंट यू बी अ पार्ट ऑफ द ऑक्शन? आपने क्यों ऑक्शन में हिस्सा नहीं लिया?
हॉकी इज़ माई पैशन, सो मुझे लगता है मुझे जो भी रोल करने के लिए मिलेगा हॉकी में, आई एम ऑलवेज रेडी टू डू इट. सो मुझे जब सुरमा हॉकी क्लब की तरफ से ये कॉल आई कि आप हमारे मेंटर बनोगे, तो मैंने बोला व्हाई नॉट, बिकॉज देर आर सो मैनी यंगस्टर, बहुत छोटी लड़कियां हैं जिनको मैं हेल्प कर सकती हूँ अपने एक्सपीरियंस से, अपनी नॉलेज से. सो आई थिंक फॉर मी इट्स नाउ लाइक कि कैसे हम किसी ना किसी वे में हम यंगस्टर्स को हेल्प कर सकते हैं.
रानी, आपका बहुत लंबा समय का एक्सपीरियंस है. क्या खास एक्सपीरियंस जो आपने फील्ड में एक्वायर किया है, आप दूसरे जो छोटे लड़कियां हैं उनको बताना चाहते हो? बिकॉज हॉकी वी डोंट जस्ट लुक एट इट एज अ स्पोर्ट बट एज अ सोशल चेंज. तो क्या कुछ वो चीज़ें आप बताना चाहोगे?
मैं सबको यही बोलती हूँ हमेशा ना कि बीइंग अ फीमेल ना, अगर मैं कर सकती हूँ वो, तो मुझे लगता है कोई भी लड़की कर सकती है. उसके लिए सिर्फ आपको एक जज्बा चाहिए, जुनून चाहिए. बहुत सारे आपकी जर्नी में लोग रहते हैं जो आपको हेल्प करते हैं हॉकी सिखाने के लिए, आपको पर्सनली ग्रूम करने के लिए, आपके पेरेंट्स, फैमिली, एवरीथिंग. बट आपको अपने लिए खुद फाइट करनी पड़ती है हमेशा ना. सो मेरा उनको यही मैसेज है कि जब भी आप फील्ड पे हो ना, सो जस्ट फाइट फॉर एवरी सेकंड, क्योंकि एंड कभी भी चीज़ों को ग्रांटेड नहीं लेना चाहिए लाइफ में. विच मैंने अपने लिए भी हमेशा वही इम्प्लीमेंट किया कि नेवर टेक थिंग्स ग्रांटेड, एंड जो भी आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल रही है उसके लिए हमेशा जस्ट वर्क हार्ड एंड गिव योर 100% एवरी.
रानी, एक आखिरी सवाल. ये हॉकी लीग से पहले हमने देखा है, जो डेमोग्राफिक्स देखा है, बिहार, उड़ीसा, हरियाणा और कुछ छत्तीसगढ़, महाराष्ट्र से लड़कियां ज़्यादातर हॉकी महिलाओं के हॉकी यहाँ पे कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड थे. आपको लगता है दिस लीग कैन रियली contribute towards the spread of hockey in far corners of the country?
या बिल्कुल, क्योंकि जब ये लीग अभी चलेगी एंड हर स्टेट में लीग देखने को मिलेगी, बच्चों को, जो यंग लड़कियां उनको देखने की मिलेंगी, डेफिनेटली वो इंस्पायर होंगी. क्योंकि हम सबके कुछ आइडल्स रहते हैं, जो यंग लड़कियां, उनके भी इंडियन टीम में कुछ आइडल्स होंगे कि मैं इसको देखना चाहती हूँ. एंड व्हेन दे सी ना, दे गेट इंस्पायर कि मुझे भी हॉकी खेलनी है, मुझे भी हॉकी खेलनी है. सो डेफिनेटली आप देखोगे कि पहले नॉर्थ ईस्ट से कभी कोई प्लेयर हॉकी में देखने को नहीं मिलता था, बट अभी आप देखोगे सीनियर एंड जूनियर प्रोग्राम में काफ़ी सारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट से भी प्लेयर्स आ रहे हैं. सो धीरे धीरे हॉकी स्प्रेड हो रही है ऑल ओवर द इंडिया. बट अगेन आई थिंक थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा, बट ये लीग बहुत हेल्प करेगी यंग लड़कियों के लिए.
Right, let's just switch tracks now. And climate change is taking on monstrous proportions, and India is impacted heavily. But how does India monitor the flux of greenhouse gases? My colleague Pallab Bagra travelled to Mount Saraswati, situated in the Himalayas, where Indian scientists are accurately monitoring the steady increase of atmospheric gases. Here's a report.
This is the high altitude cold desert of Ladakh. The air here is considered pristine. Very little air pollution, and India uses this location to monitor greenhouse gases. Climate change is a big problem, and India is monitoring how greenhouse gas emissions are changing over India. What you see behind me is a weather station, but there is a similar greenhouse gas emissions monitoring station situated right here at Mount Saraswati in Hanle in Ladakh. Indian scientists from the 4th Paradigm Institute of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research tell me that they are observing an increase in the amount of greenhouse gases at this high altitude location. India has been urging the world to control climate change, as India is going to be highly affected. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given a call to become net zero by 2070. But to do all of that, you need solid, good science behind it. An Indian scientist monitoring greenhouse gases at this 4,500 meter altitude above the sea level at Mount Saraswati. This offers very low air pollution environment and a place where greenhouse gases can be measured effectively. At Hanle, Ladakh, with camera person Rohit Vishkarma, Palav Bagla for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Omar Abdullah is set to take oath as the first Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir since it became a union territory. Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi as well as Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Supriya Sule and Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party all are expected to be there in attendance along with Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Yadav.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics.
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Baba. We've got a lot lined up for you over the next 1 hour. Let's begin with the top stories you need to know. Omar Abdullah is set to take the oath as the first Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir since it became a union territory, following his National Conference Party's victory in the region's first assembly elections since the abrogation of Article 370. The Maharashtra Dangal, well, it's a day of key meetings in the state. Mahayuti big guns are going to meet Amit Shah, while a key Congress meeting is scheduled for the day as well. Hoax bomb call grounds an Air India flight at a Canadian airport. Canada has stepped in. In fact, the Canadian Armed Forces will fly stranded Air India passengers to Chicago after the commercial flight made an emergency landing in the Arctic due to a bomb threat. As threat calls jam airliners once again, hoax calls actually ground 10 flights in less than 48 hours. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has called a high-level meeting to discuss this. And a sneak peek into Bastar's Dussehra. The festival is a 75-day long celebration, making it one of the longest festivals in the world. Well, our big focus. National Conference leader Omar Abdullah is set to take oath as the new Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Two senior leaders from the Congress, Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi, we're told will be attending the swearing-in ceremony, which will also see 8 ministers, which is the maximum allowed, take oath alongside Mr. Abdullah. He will be sworn in as the new Chief Minister, J&K's first elected head of a state in a decade. In fact, this morning, after guiding the NC to victory in the September-October election. In fact, we have a reaction from Omar Abdullah that's just coming in. There were reports that said that there was something brewing within the Congress and the NC. Omar Abdullah has cleared the air. Here are the political reactions lined up for you.
Jammu and Kashmir has gone through an extremely difficult time. People have enormous expectations, and our challenge is to live up to those expectations.
Or take oath as the first Chief Minister of the Jammu and Kashmir after the abrogation of Article 370.
I have some strange distinctions. I was the last Chief Minister to serve a full 6-year term. Now I'll be the first Chief Minister of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The last distinction, as in the one of serving 6 years, I'm quite happy about. Being a Chief Minister of a Union Territory is a different matter altogether. It has its own challenges, but I hope that the status of a union territory is a temporary one.
10 साल के बाद यहाँ पे लोगों की हुकूमत होगी। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट जो है बहुत जल्दी स्टेट को रिस्टोर करेगी और पूरे जो महकमे हैं, ताकत है, वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को मिलेगी। तब स्टेट गवर्नमेंट जो है यहाँ के लोगों के मुश्किलात को दूर कर सकेगी तेज़ी से, और फिर से जम्मू कश्मीर जो है वो हिंदुस्तान का मुकुट है, ताज है, ताज चमकने लगेगा, उसकी हम उम्मीद करते हैं।
My colleague Nazir Masoodi is tracking the finer details for us. He joins us live at the moment. Nazir, thanks so much for joining us with the latest update. Now we've heard Omar Abdullah saying that he's currently in talks with the Congress. Earlier reports stating that the Congress was only supporting the NC from outside. Has Mr. Abdullah been able to clear the air?
Well, what we know it from last several days, there have been a lot of challenge within the Congress. Congress has won 6 seats, but so far party has not been able to make a choice who they want to send into the cabinet. And it appears what we know from sources, more a problem within the Congress rather than a problem in the alliance. So what the parties, though they have decided now, today 6 ministers, including Chief Minister, will be taking oath. Omar Abdullah, and then there will be 2 ministers from the Valley, 3 ministers from the Jammu region. It is going to address that concern that if though National Conference has won most of the seats in the Valley, so what will happen to Jammu? Will there be a Hindu representation? Sources say that has been taken care of. Among the 2, probables who may be who will make it to the Omar Abdullah cabinet is also to say is Surinder Chaudhary from Naushera in Rajouri. He will be inducted today. He will take oath. He has defeated BJP President Ravinder Raina from Naushera in Rajouri. He is NC MLA from there, and there would be either some independent candidate who has joined National Conference from Jammu or region, or someone else. NC has, there's another Hindu candidate, NC MLA from Jammu as well, whether he will get or someone else. That is a question we may know once the swearing-in ceremony or even before that. So there would be two ministers are reportedly from the valley. One is from South Kashmir, Sakina Yutu's name. She would be the only, this woman minister in Omar Abdullah cabinet, and then there's one probable from the North Kashmir, and then Omar Abdullah himself from the Central Kashmir. So they have tried to make a right mix and give their representation in the whatever they have the limitations, because only there will be 9 ministers, including chief minister, in the cabinet. Because you have to, the ratio is 1 to 10 in the union territory, and once it will become state, it would be 1 to 15 ratio. Then they can have 15%. This of the total strength of the assembly would be in the cabinet. So right now what we know is there's no rift, and National Conference has made it very clear that if there was a rift, Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge would have not come themselves and make it to the, would not have come for the swearing-in ceremony. And besides Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, it would be a kind of show of unity in the India bloc, where you will have Aam Aadmi Party representative, you have DMK, you have Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav himself coming, attending the swearing-in ceremony, and there would be Kanimuri, as I said, from the DMK, there would be NCP, Supriya Shpray from there. So many people would be coming and attending this rally, but what NC is trying to say that it is unfounded, there's no rift, Congress is not supporting from outside, they are part of the government, but only thing is they could not pick their person who would be permanent, and in few weeks or so, there would be expansion in the cabinet, and there would be 3 more ministers will take oath, so the strength of the total cabinet will be 9. After that, today only 6 persons, including Chief Minister, will take oath as the Minister and the Chief Minister in Jammu and Kashmir. And Omar Abdullah actually today started by visiting the grave of his grandfather and grandmother, Sheikh Muhammad Abdullah, while he prayed. He also visited Hazrat Bal Shrine and prayed, and he said that he's coming here because his challenges are enormous, and he said he was the last Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir state who completed full term of 6 years between 2009 and 2014, and he was the first Chief Minister of Union Territory, but he said he expects this will be a very temporary thing and statehood will be restored very soon, but that is clearly going to be a fight, and the kind of goodwill they will have with the central government. And they were also expecting if Prime Minister may also come. There were reports that they may have extended invitation. That has not been confirmed so far, but they have been making right noises when it comes to the relations with the central government, which are reconciliatory, which are saying Omar Abdullah has clearly said we need to have the positive relationship with the center to address the problems of the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
As always, Nazir, thank you so much for taking us through all the details. As my colleague Nazir Masoodi is reporting from Ground Zero, the NC saying on record that there is no rift between the National Conference and the Congress Party. To find out what's happening within the Congress, let's go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who's with us at the moment. Sunil, sources say there's some problem brewing within the Congress, not within the NC Congress alliance. We're hearing that the Congress has declined the offer of one ministerial berth in the incoming government as per some reports. But what is brewing within the Congress as we speak?
Well, it's different perspectives, and I'm not getting into the nitty-gritties of it. The fact is that there has been really no rift because right from day one, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, as well as Mr. Kharge were all set to participate in what is going to be a historic moment. The fact that elected government is finally taking over after Article 370 in a union territory, Jammu and Kashmir, and as Rahul Gandhi has been campaigning right through this region, saying we would definitely like to restore the state to, to full statehood. So it's in that context that this is something that the Congress, along with the National Conference, were in a pre-poll alliance. Having said that, the serious rethink is because there are differences on issues. One, of course, is to decide a candidate for what has been offered, because that's something that has to be done. It has to be a participatory government. But more importantly, there are also differences, for example, on 370. And the Congress, after weighing all its options, has decided to support it from outside. as of now. We'll have to wait and see how things play out. What happens when the Mr. Omar Abdullah as well as Kharge Saab and Rahul Gandhi meet today, whether things will be sorted out or not. But at the moment, they are supporting the government, but from outside.
As always, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with the latest updates. Well, as you are aware, the poll bugle has been sounded for Maharashtra, where the ruling Mahayuti will see a direct fight with the Mahavikas Aghadi. Now, all three Mahayuti leaders, NCP's Ajit Pawar, Shiv Sena's Eknath Shinde and BJP's Devendra Fadnavis, they are set to hold a meeting with senior BJP leader and Union Home Minister Amit Shah in Delhi this afternoon, just a day after the Election Commission announced that the Maharashtra elections would be held in a single phase on the 20th of November. This trio is likely to discuss the seat sharing and finalize the numbers after meeting Amit Shah ahead of the assembly polls, the results of which will be declared on the 23rd of next month. Meanwhile, a day after the Election Commission announced the polling dates for both Maharashtra and Jharkhand, the Congress's screening committee will also huddle to deliberate candidates for the single-phase November 20th assembly polls in Maharashtra. Radhika Ramaswamy is tracking the finer details for us. She joins us live at the moment. Radhika, the Mahayuti big guns are meeting Amit Shah while the Congress is meeting to screen the candidates for the upcoming polls in Maharashtra.
Absolutely. Both Mahayuti as well as MVA in a huddle, multiple meetings taking place. Chief Minister as well as Deputy CMs will be meeting Amit Shah to finalize on seats and also to iron out differences in terms of seats and candidates. And on the other hand, in MVA, Congress will also be meeting leaders to have discussions within the screening committee as well. MVA meetings have been going on for quite some time now. Both Mahayuti and MVA leaders have been telling us that 90% of the finalization of seats have happened. They have arrived at a formula as far as Mahayuti is concerned, BJP to take the larger chunk, 140 to 150, and followed by Eknath Shinde Sena, which could get perhaps about 90 seats, and just about 40 for Ajit Pawar. As far as MVA is concerned, both the Congress and Sena eyeing for more than 100 seats. They may be getting equal share, and Sharad Pawar NCP may get about 70 to 80 seats is what we are being told. But again, you know, discussions are happening. There are differences that need to be sorted out. There's still disputes over a few seats. So that is something that has to be sort of resolved before they come up with the final formula. We're talking about 288 seats. So it is complex because the equations have changed. Earlier there were 4 parties, and earlier the battle in 2019 was between BJP Sena and Congress NCP. This time we have 2 Senas, 2 NCPs, and of course we did see a lot of dramatic turn of events taking place over the last 5 years. So therefore it is going to be complex to come up with a formula to ensure that all the parties are, you know, happy with the seat allocation as well, which is why there are all kinds of permutations and combinations being worked out by both the allied partners. And as far as chief ministership is concerned, that is a bone of contention. Both MVA and Mahayuti have not announced a CM candidate yet. Today, of course, Mahayuti will be holding a press conference to counter the allegations made by MVA on government's corrupt report card. So obviously Mahayuti government is going to talk about all the development projects, schemes that it launched over the last several months as well as years. So that is it is going to come out with a report card to counter MVA as well. So yes, a lot of action expected in the days to come, but priority certainly on finalizing the seat sharing within the next few days.
As always, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with the latest. Turning our attention now to battleground Jharkhand. Hours after the Election Commission announced poll dates for the 81-member Jharkhand Assembly, the BJP Central Election Committee met at the party headquarters to select candidates and firm up their strategy. In fact, Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda and National General Secretary BL Santosh were among the CEC members who deliberated on the probable list of nominees. Jharkhand election in charge Shivraj Singh Chauhan, co-in-charge Himanta Biswa Sarma and Union Ministers Annapurna Devi and Sanjay Seth were also present. Besides the party's Jharkhand unit, Chief Babulal Marandi and former Union Minister Arjun Munda. Meanwhile, the BJP appointed Union Home Minister Amit Shah is one of the observers for Haryana's Legislative Party meeting to elect the leader who will take oath as the Chief Minister. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Mohan Yadav is the second observer to be appointed for the election of the state Legislative Party leader. But the BJP, which won 48 of the 90 seats in the Haryana Assembly elections, has called a meeting of its elected MLAs in Chandigarh for today. The oath-taking ceremony of the new Council of Ministers, led by the Chief Minister, is scheduled to take place in Panchkula tomorrow. And in the meeting, the BJP MLAs will elect their Legislative Party leader, and the names of other members of Council of Ministers will also be decided in that meeting. Gurpreet Singh Chinna is tracking the latest for us. He's live with us at the moment. Gurpreet, central observers are expected to meet Haryana's 48 MLAs. What can we expect?
Well, yes, today, first of all, we will show all these ground visual, what is happening at this point of time. This is the BJP Panchkula office where we have seen most of the MLA. They have already been reached here. So they are going to even hold this meeting, and we all know the central observer which has been appointed, Home Minister Amit Shah and Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, they are also coming here. They are going to take the meeting of all the elected MLAs from where they are going to pick up going to even meet the Haryana governor to claim the formation of the government. So here we have seen a lot of MLAs who have been elected from the various constituencies. They have already been reached here, and at about 11 o'clock, Home Minister Amit Shah, that is central observer, along with Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, they will be coming, and after that a meeting will be started. How long this meeting will be taking place, that is yet to be seen, but now the one thing is very clear. The Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini will be elected as a legislator leader from the party, and after that they are going to meet Haryana governor where they are going to make a claim for formation of the government. So here what we can see, a huge grand ceremony is going on, because every leader and every MLA from the various constituencies is overcharged, because third time the BJP is able to get mandate from Haryana, and that is one of the reasons why they had decided to hold a grand ceremony on 17th, because we have seen the Prime Minister is also coming, the Chief Minister of the various states, they are also participating in this grand ceremony, because the first time the BJP is able to make a history in Haryana politics by winning third time in the state. So let's see that how the things will be unfolded in the day. But as of now, the first thing, the first step, first process which is going to be followed, that is the CLP meeting, which is going to be held here in Panchkula at BJP office, and after that they will go to claim the government before the Haryana governor, and the swearing in the oath-taking ceremony will be taken place tomorrow. Back to studio.
As always, Gurpreet, thanks so much for joining us with the latest. In other news, decks have been cleared for by-polls to 2 assembly seats and the high-profile Wayanad constituency in Kerala, with the Election Commission announcing the dates for the 2-phase by-elections to 48 assembly seats and 2 Lok Sabha seats in 15 states. The by-polls in Kerala will be held on the 13th of next month, and the votes will be counted on the 23rd of November. The Congress has announced candidates for the Lok Sabha and assembly by-polls and fielded Priyanka Gandhi Vadra from the Wayanad seat for Lok Sabha by-polls. The Wayanad seat was vacated by her brother, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, after he was elected to Lok Sabha from Raebareli in Uttar Pradesh in the general elections held earlier this year. As I mentioned, Wayanad is heading to polls on the 13th of November, along with voting for by-elections in 47 assembly seats across 15 states. Well, we have some breaking news coming in for you. Top officials of the Ministry of Civil Aviation and Home Affairs Ministry, as you know, had met to counter the disruption created by a flurry of hoax bomb alerts on aircraft. Top officials of the NIA, the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, and Central Industrial Security Forces were part of that meeting. Now we are told a parliamentary standing committee meet is going to take place to discuss these multiple threats that have been coming in. A parliamentary standing committee meet scheduled in the midst of multiple threats that have been issued to airliners in the past 48 hours. That meeting is scheduled to start in about 40 minutes from now. That Parliament Standing Committee meeting on civil aviation to take place at 11 a.m. in about 40 minutes from now. Meanwhile, this parliamentary panel will be meeting amidst all these threats that have been issued, the hoax threats in the past 48 hours that's led to grounding 10 flights. An Air India direct flight from New Delhi to Chicago was diverted to Canada following a hoax bomb threat which was posted online on X. Our sources have informed us that Air India passengers are now being flown to Chicago without their luggage but by the Royal Canadian Air Force. Why is this significant? You are aware, India and Canada have seen quite a dip in diplomatic relations in the past 48 hours, but now coming to the rescue, the Royal Canadian Air Force. Air India passengers are being flown to Chicago after the bomb hoax. The luggage has been isolated. The baggage may be flown to Chicago later, presumably by the Air India jetliner that remains grounded. But why are the Air India passengers being evacuated by the Canadian Air Force? Vishnu Shom joins you with the lowdown.
The Canadian Air Force CC-130 aircraft, which is a military version of the Airbus A330 airliner, has taken off from Iqaluit, this very, very remote Canadian township. It's a subarctic township and is now ferrying out those 211 odd passengers on the Air India Boeing 777, which made a landing in Iqaluit yesterday because of this hoax bomb scare. This is to do with the fact that the town itself is extremely remote. It's absolutely tiny. There are virtually no hotel rooms, and the conditions in the airport, which is very small, are very, very basic. And therefore, it was taking a lot of time for Air India to get that security clearance done of all the luggage on board the aircraft. Number one. Number two, the crew on board the aircraft also faced what are known as flight duty time limitations. In other words, you cannot operate a flight if you've been active for a certain number of hours. So they were not in a position to really fly. So what's happening now is that the Canadian government did step in with assistance. They've flown in an aircraft over there. That aircraft has just taken off, will carry these passengers to Chicago, which was their ultimate destination, and ultimately their luggage will follow.
Well, let's switch tracks now. In the murder of former Maharashtra Minister Baba Siddiqui, the Mumbai court has sent the fourth accused to police custody till the 21st of October. The court had earlier remanded two other accused, Gurmail Bajit Singh and Dharmaraj Rajesh Kashyap, to crime branch custody until the 21st of this month. Both are accused of gunning down Baba Siddiqui. A third suspect, Praveen Lonkar, was also sent to custody for his alleged involvement with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. In fact, police said that the suspects had been conducting surveillance on Baba Siddiqui for weeks before the killing. One of the suspects that the Mumbai police are looking for in the sensational murder in Mumbai's Bandra last week had also been questioned after the firing outside the residence of actor Salman Khan. This is back in April, but was let off because of lack of evidence. My colleague Anuj Raithe is tracking all the latest developments for us. He joins us over the phone line at the moment. Anuj, lots to unpack here. We've got on camera Dharmaraj apprehended by Mumbai cops. The cops have now established a link to the Salman Khan house firing case. The cops have also recovered a bag with a gun near the crime scene.
Well, yes, the link established between the Salman Khan firing case and the tragic incident that happened 3 days ago is probably one of the most important developments of this entire case. It puts Shubham Lonkar, the man who was behind the account which posted the Facebook message which claimed the responsibility for this action and said that it was revenge to what had happened to Anuj Thapan, comes in the light of police looking at different angles. In the beginning, the police were trying to look at all the other angles, be it political rivalry, be it land dispute, or even family issues. But now they're almost certain that the link is very clear as far as the Lawrence Bishnoi angle is concerned. And this has led to several different new developments as well. Besides increasing or enhancing the security at Salman Khan's house, who was already been enjoying wiper security since an attack on his house in the month of April, the police have also now tried to try to narrow down their investigation as far as certain geographical parts of the country is concerned. They've sent their teams not just across the state but also towards the northern part of the country. Now they're actively trying to interrogate and trying to talk to several other people as well, who are in any way either remotely also related to this particular case. The police are also very acutely looking at the path through which these weapons would have made its way through. We saw that the 4 people who were involved into this on that very spot who were living in Kurla, and then there were several mediators who were providing them with resources, who were providing them with guns and money and all of those things. But while the police have made 4 arrests, at the moment 3 important people are still absconding, and Shubham Lonkar is a name that stands out because Shubham Lonkar was interrogated by the police when the firing happened at Salman Khan's house in April, but he was let go off on the basis of lack of evidence. So there is a suspicion that after leaving or after getting off the police interrogation, he would have hatched this plan with other members of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. But it is also an important part when you talk about the intelligence of the Mumbai police. Mumbai police who were known to have a system, a very efficient system of khabris who were spread across the different parts of the city. And the fact that there were these 3 young boys who were doing recce at such an important place outside the office of an MLA, and the khabri system, the dip in the khabri system shows how this never really made it to the police. This information, as far as this information is concerned. But then, when you look at what has happened at Salman's case, there were also threats given to AP Dillon, who had collaborated with Salman Khan for a music video which he did for free. So the pattern is very clear at the moment. Whosoever is trying to give any sort of emotional, financial, or any other support to Salman Khan is on the target list of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang.
As always, Anuj, thanks so much for taking us through the latest details. In other news, Chhattisgarh's Bastar celebrates Dussehra. Here's a sneak peek into the magic of the world's longest festival, which is celebrated over 75 days.
The magic of the world's longest festival in the heart of India, Chhattisgarh's Bastar. The Bastar Dussehra, a 75-day-long festival, is a celebration like no other. "75 days of rituals, dances and devotion, showcasing the rich cultural heritage of the region." The festival dates back to the reign of the 13th century king Purushottam Dev. Unlike other Dussehra celebrations, it doesn't commemorate Lord Ram's victory over Ravan. Instead, it honors the local deity, goddess Danteshwari Devi. The Bastar Dussehra is organized by the royal family of Bastar.
बस्तर दशहरा सबसे पुराना परंपरा है जो कि 1400 शताब्दी से चले आ रही है। आज दिन तक 600 साल पुरानी ये परंपरा है। हर दिन का एक महत्व है और ये परंपरा सदियों से चली आ रही है। और एक माटी पुजारी भी। बस्तर रियासत ही ऐसी रियासत है जिसमें कि महाराजा को एक रथ के उपाधि मिली गई। किसी देश में ऐसा नहीं हुआ और यहाँ पे रावण दहन नहीं होता।
People from different tribal backgrounds don colorful traditional attire and fill the streets with energy, dance and folk music. A massive two-tiered chariot is crafted by skilled carpenters and pulled through the streets by up to 400 individuals.
Jagdalpur, a small city in Chhattisgarh where a 75 days long Dussehra is being celebrated. Locals, the tribals, everybody is participating here in this whole celebration. These visuals, you can clearly see the people, the tribals of Bastar performing the ritualistic dance that is done here. They are carrying a palki over their shoulder. In this palki, they say that the goddess of Bastar, stay in this palki, and that is why they are revolving it all around the place.
मैं ये देवी के साथ घूमता हूँ। ये मंडवी परिवार का देवी है। ये पूर्वज से चलते आ रहा है। हम लोग का दादा परदादा लोग जो लाए यहाँ से, उस दिन से हम इस देवी को यहाँ लाते हैं।
कितने सालों से आप इस पूजा में भाग ले रहे हो?
मैं हो गया 20 साल हो गया। 20 साल बहुत अच्छा लगता है। ऐतिहासिक पर्व है यहाँ बस्तर का, विश्व प्रसिद्ध है दशहरा और बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब लोकप्रिय है। लोगों में राजा के प्रति सम्मान बहुत ज़बरदस्त है यहाँ पे।
The streets of Jagdalpur, Bastar's district headquarters, come alive with energy and excitement during the festival.
The king will do a puja and bring an end to this whole procession, and after today the new year will start for the people who are living in Bastar. With camera person Sachin, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV.
And climate change is taking on monstrous proportions, and India is impacted heavily. But how does India monitor the flux of greenhouse gases? That's a big question. And NDTV science editor Pallav Bagla travelled all the way to Mount Saraswati, situated at 4,500 meters altitude in the Himalayas, where Indian scientists are accurately monitoring the steady increase of atmospheric gases that cause global warming. Here's his ground report from Hanle in Ladakh.
This is the high altitude cold desert of Ladakh. The air here is considered pristine. Very little air pollution, and India uses this location to monitor greenhouse gases. Climate change is a big problem, and India is monitoring how greenhouse gas emissions are changing over India. What you see behind me is a weather station, but there is a similar greenhouse gas emissions monitoring station situated right here at Mount Saraswati in Hanle in Ladakh. Indian scientists from the 4th Paradigm Institute of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research tell me that they are observing an increase in the amount of greenhouse gases at this high altitude location. India has been urging the world to control climate change, as India is going to be highly affected. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given a call to become net zero by 2070. But to do all of that, you need solid, good science behind it. And Indian scientists monitoring greenhouse gases at this 4,500 meter altitude above the sea level at Mount Saraswati. This offers very low air pollution environment and a place where greenhouse gases can be measured effectively. At Hanle, Ladakh, with camera person Rohit Vishkarma, Pallav Bagla for NDTV.
Meanwhile, it's been a windfall for women's hockey players. The first Hockey India Players Auction for women was conducted in Delhi, and 4 franchises gathered 96 players. My colleague Rika Roy had the chance to speak to Rani Rampal and get you the lowdown. Listen in.
Rani, thank you very much for talking to us, and many congratulations for this moment. आपने शायद बड़े अरसों से इस मोमेंट की इंतज़ार की थी.
बिल्कुल, हम बहुत सालों से सोचते थे कि कभी विमेंस लीग होगी क्या इंडिया में, क्योंकि हम हमेशा मेंस लीग ही देखते थे. बट आई थिंक हॉकी इंडिया का बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है कि विमेंस लीग को भी इंक्लूड किया। आई नो इस साल 4 टीम है, होपफुली नेक्स्ट सीज़न में जो और ज़्यादा टीम्स जुड़ेंगी, फ्रेंचाइज जुड़ेंगी, बट एक स्टार्ट होना बहुत ज़रूरी था, क्योंकि एक स्टार्ट हुआ तो बहुत सारे यंगस्टर्स को इस लीग में खेलने का मौका मिलेगा, जिनको अपना टैलेंट शोकास करने का मौका मिलेगा।
32 लाख जो उदिता को मिला है, उसके बारे में आपका क्या कमेंट है? वन प्लेयर, वन वुमेन्स हॉकी प्लेयर गेटिंग सोल्ड फॉर 32 लाख रुपीज़, इजंट दैट, वुडंट यू थिंक दैट्स अ मैजिकल फिगर?
या बिल्कुल, बिकॉज इससे पहले कभी वुमेंस हॉकी में इतना पैसा था नहीं, लीग अभी शुरू हुई है, सो अगर किसी विमेंस प्लेयर को 32 लाख मिल रहा है, सो इट्स अ गुड मनी। आई नो स्टिल बजट बहुत अभी भी कम है, लेकिन एक स्टार्ट के लिए ठीक है, एक स्टार्ट होना ना, क्योंकि जैसे जैसे ये लीग इस बार लोग देखेंगे, यू नो प्लेयर्स खेलेंगे, सो डेफिनेटली और भी फ्रेंचाइज जुड़ेंगी, एंड होपफुली उसका नेक्स्ट ईयर जो बजट है वो भी इंक्रीज़ हो। बट आई एम सो हैप्पी फॉर द प्लेयर्स कि विमेंस प्लेयर्स आर गेटिंग मनी, यू नो जो बहुत सालों से हम सोचते थे कि विमेंस प्लेयर्स को भी यू नो एक फाइनेंशियल जो है वो हेल्प होनी चाहिए।
आपने पूरी तरह से तो हॉकी नहीं छोड़ा है, व्हाई डिडंट यू बी अ पार्ट ऑफ द ऑक्शन? आपने क्यों ऑक्शन में हिस्सा नहीं लिया?
यू नो हॉकी इज़ माई पैशन, सो मुझे लगता है मुझे जो भी रोल करने के लिए मिलेगा हॉकी में, आई एम ऑलवेज रेडी टू डू इट। सो मुझे जब सुरमा हॉकी क्लब की तरफ से ये कॉल आई कि आप हमारे मेंटर बनोगे, तो मैंने बोला वाई नॉट, यू नो, बिकॉज देर आर सो मैनी यंगस्टर, बहुत छोटी लड़कियां हैं जिनको मैं हेल्प कर सकती हूँ अपने एक्सपीरियंस से, अपनी नॉलेज से। सो आई थिंक या फॉर मी इट्स नाउ लाइक कि कैसे हम किसी ना किसी वे में हम यंगस्टर्स को हेल्प कर सकते हैं।
रानी, आपका बहुत लंबा समय का एक्सपीरियंस है, क्या खास एक्सपीरियंस जो आपने फील्ड में एक्वायर किया है, आप दूसरे लड़की जो छोटे लड़कियां हैं उनको बताना चाहते हो? बिकॉज हॉकी वी डोंट जस्ट लुक एट इट एज अ स्पोर्ट बट एज अ सोशल चेंज, तो क्या कुछ वो चीज़ें आप बताना चाहोगे?
मैं सबको यही बोलती हूँ हमेशा ना कि बीइंग अ फीमेल ना, अगर मैं कर सकती हूँ वो, तो मुझे लगता है कोई भी लड़की कर सकती है। उसके लिए सिर्फ आपको एक जज्बा चाहिए, जुनून चाहिए, यू नो बहुत सारे आपकी जर्नी में लोग रहते हैं जो आपको हेल्प करते हैं हॉकी सिखाने के लिए, आपको पर्सनली ग्रूम करने के लिए, आपके पेरेंट्स, फैमिली, एवरीथिंग, बट आपको अपने लिए खुद फाइट करनी पड़ती है हमेशा ना। सो मेरा उनको यही मैसेज है कि जब भी आप फील्ड पे हो ना, सो जस्ट फाइट फॉर एवरी सेकंड, क्योंकि एंड कभी भी चीज़ों को ग्रांटेड नहीं लेना चाहिए लाइफ में, विच मैंने अपने लिए भी हमेशा वही इम्प्लीमेंट किया कि नेवर टेक थिंग्स ग्रांटेड, एंड जो भी आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल रही है उसके लिए हमेशा जस्ट वर्क हार्ड एंड गिव योर 100% एवरी डे।
रानी, एक आखिरी सवाल, ये हॉकी लीग से पहले हमने देखा है, जो डेमोग्राफिक्स देखा है, बिहार, उड़ीसा, हरियाणा और कुछ छत्तीसगढ़, महाराष्ट्र से लड़कियां ज़्यादातर हॉकी महिलाओं के हॉकी यहाँ पे कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड थे। आपको लगता है दिस लीग कैन रियली contribute towards the spread of hockey in far corners of the country?
या बिल्कुल, क्योंकि जब ये लीग अभी चलेगी एंड यू नो हर स्टेट में लीग देखने को मिलेगी, बच्चों को, जो यंग लड़कियां उनको देखने की मिलेंगी, डेफिनेटली वो इंस्पायर होंगी, क्योंकि हम सबके कुछ आइडल्स रहते हैं, यू नो जो यंग लड़कियां उनके भी इंडियन टीम में कुछ आइडल्स होंगे कि मैं इसको देखना चाहती हूँ, एंड व्हेन दे सी ना, दे गेट इंस्पायर कि मुझे भी हॉकी खेलनी है, मुझे भी हॉकी खेलनी है। सो डेफिनेटली आप देखोगे कि पहले नॉर्थ ईस्ट से कभी कोई प्लेयर हॉकी में देखने को नहीं मिलता था, बट अभी आप देखोगे सीनियर एंड जूनियर प्रोग्राम में काफ़ी सारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट से भी प्लेयर्स आ रहे हैं। सो धीरे धीरे हॉकी स्प्रेड हो रही है ऑल ओवर द इंडिया, बट अगेन आई थिंक थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा, बट ये लीग बहुत हेल्प करेगी यंग लड़कियों के लिए।
Well, switching tracks, let's get you fresh visuals coming in from the neighborhood at the moment. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has welcomed our External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar at the venue of the SCO summit in Islamabad. These visuals are coming in from Pakistan at the moment. The External Affairs Minister has touched down in the neighborhood to participate in the 23rd meeting of the SCO Council of Heads of Government. In fact, you know, even after his arrival, Dr. Jaishankar's first port of call was at Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's residence to attend an informal dinner which was for the participants of today's SCO Council of Heads of Government meet. I must also inform you that India and Pakistan have not held bilateral talks at a ministerial level since the year 2015, December 2015 to be precise, during former External Affairs Minister Sushma Swaraj's visit to Islamabad, which was actually the last such visit. Well, details of the SCO meet continue after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best.
Well, a big focus, the external affairs minister's touchdown in Pakistan. Well, after his arrival, Dr. Jaishankar's first port of call was at Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's residence to attend an informal dinner for the participants of today's SCO Council of Heads of Government meet. Now, the main event of the SCO meeting is scheduled for today, where leaders will discuss enhancing security cooperation and strengthening economic ties among member nations. But among the notable attendees at the SCO summit are China's Premier, Russia's Prime Minister, Iran's first Vice President, and the Prime Ministers of Kyrgyzstan, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, and Mongolia. But as discussions unfold, the focus will be on not only addressing regional security challenges, but also fostering economic partnerships that can benefit member states amidst ongoing geopolitical tensions. Dr. Jaishankar's visit has not raised expectations of any breakthrough, though, but some in the neighborhood argue that this SCO meet does at least allow both India and Pakistan to have a chance for contact, which is rare in these strained times. Well, for further clarity, we have with us at the moment Joining us live currently, Jitendranath Mishra, former ambassador and professor at OP Jindal Global University. Thank you so much, sir, for making time for us. Now, while Pakistan has welcomed Dr. Jaishankar as a good host, neither side has sought a bilateral meeting. But, sir, what do you have to say about this adaptability to minimal engagement, where both sides participate in multilateral fora and exchange perspectives, but actually maintain almost zero bilateral contact?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation for the show. The first thing to note is that Minister Jaishankar, a few months ago, I think, made a very important statement that was not properly analyzed in the media. He said that we are ready to respond to moves made by Pakistan, whether positive or negative. And he's made a statement, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, that there will be no talks with terror. Without terror, no talks can take place. So the bottom lines are very clear. The formal position of India remains as it is, but he's opened the door just a little bit that if there are positive moves, we will respond to them. So therefore, a multilateral meeting, as always in diplomacy, gives you some kind of an escape route to shift slightly from your formal position and to start some kind of a conversation, even a handshake and a meal together, and that's how doors are opened. Right. So I don't read more than that into this. Pakistan has more incentive at this point of time to talk to India. Remember, it's 1/10 the size of the Indian economy, and the differential in power is increasing. And therefore, Pakistan and India cannot be in a state of equivalence, which is what Pakistani fantasists have been talking about for 76 years after independence. We are strategically the equal of India. However, they also have nuclear capability, which also is an equalizer. So considering all these factors, perhaps India wants to calm things down. Remember, we are having some kind of a renewal of interest in some kind of a proper dialogue at the political level with China also. And we want to become Viksit Bharat. In 2047, we want to achieve great things in our economy. So if you want to do that, you have to pacify your neighborhood. So therefore, I think it's a very smart move. But what will happen, we don't know. But my suspicion is, I suspect that there will be some kind of a conversation. Some kind of a conversation has always been going on, whether overtly or back channel.
Right, sir. But at the current moment then, do you agree that Pakistan's domestic political turmoil and uncertainty mean that it's not just a question of whether the SCO meeting is an appropriate forum to build bridges, but also of who to build those bridges with? And can this touchdown of Dr. Jaishankar's be the first step in a long road to actually better ties between India and Pakistan then?
Yes, it can, provided that the military in Pakistan also comes on board. I think you are referring to the turmoil and the power centers. Yes, and I think it looks like to me that, remember that the manner in which the present government in Pakistan came into power had the blessings of the military, which is the real establishment, so to say, in Pakistan. So the military plays a very important role in strategic matters and in foreign policy. So I think that is there, that level of support is there. Of course, the military will not talk about it openly. They will make it appear as if it's a civilian leadership that is taking the initiative. But nothing happens without they being consulted. But that doesn't mean that it's strategic. It could be just tactical, because as you said, when Pakistan is going through so much of domestic turmoil and so many problems with Afghanistan, which I had predicted long ago, that Taliban, just because the Taliban comes to power, doesn't mean that the differences will go away over the border, for example, the border disputes. So they also want to pacify the Eastern Front. They have also an interest in doing that because they have to recover economically.
Well, pleasure to hear your perspective, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on NDTV. In other crucial news, India has signed a deal with the United States for the procurement of 31 Predator MQ-9B high-altitude long-endurance UAV manufactured by General Atomics. But this development comes less than a month after Prime Minister Modi and US President Joe Biden held talks about the acquisition of the drones on the sidelines of the Quad Leaders Summit held in Delaware. Our two countries had signed a deal worth 32,000 crore rupees for the acquisition of 31 Predator drones, along with the establishment of a maintenance, repair and overhaul facility in India. Now, this deal will enhance the surveillance capabilities of the Indian Armed Forces. But what exactly are the features of the MQ-9B drones and the significance? Here's our report.
The MQ-9B Sea Guardian, the most advanced maritime reconnaissance drone in the world, capable of flying up to 40 hours non-stop while potentially tracking Chinese and Pakistani warships, pirates out at sea, or any naval threat. The Navy will get 15 Sea Guardians, while the Army and Air Force will get 8 Sky Guardian drones each, meant to keep an eye out along the Himalayan frontier. The total value of the deal is 32,000 crore rupees, and the first drones will start entering service in about 4 years.
The MQ-9B is the world's best military unmanned capability for doing that. So with a very high endurance as well as a very high altitude at which it can operate, equipped with long-range radars for detecting and targeting ships at sea or military equipment on land. They're equipped with long-range SIGINT and ELINT sensors, large aperture video sensors, etc., with long-range and short-range potential of carrying weapons.
The Sea and Sky Guardian drones, which will also be maintained, repaired and overhauled in India as part of the deal, will be a huge boost for India's armed forces. These come at a time when China, the world's largest drone manufacturer, has deployed a host of new drones in Tibet, all directed at India, as these satellite images broadcast on NDTV show. The drones can also be armed with short-range missiles, though the primary role will remain persistent intelligence-seeking missions, when imagery, day and night, and through a host of other sensors, can be shared across platforms on a real-time basis. This will enable the Navy, Air Force and Army to react instantly to threats over land and out at sea when they emerge. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Well, in other news, the United States has given Israel 30 days to boost aid to Gaza or risk some military aid cuts. The United States has warned Israel it has 30 days to increase access for humanitarian aid into Gaza or risk a reduction in some military aid. It comes as food aid was delivered into northern Gaza for the first time in 2 weeks, with the UN describing the situation as desperate. But you must note that the United States has also said that components for an advanced anti-missile system have begun arriving in Israel, with the Pentagon saying the system is intended to help Israel defend itself and will be operational in the near future. We have a reaction from the US State Department for you. Listen in.
What we have seen over the past few months is that the level of humanitarian assistance has not been sustained. In fact, it has fallen by over 50% from where it was at its peak. So the Secretary, along with Secretary Austin, thought it was appropriate to make clear to the government of Israel that there are changes that they need to make again to see that the level of assistance making it into Gaza comes back up from the very, very low levels that it is at today.
Meanwhile, Israel has assured the Biden administration that a planned retaliatory attack on Iran will not target nuclear and oil facilities, according to US officials, a promise sought by the White House to head off further Middle East escalation and to avoid a potential oil price increase. The pledges came in a call between President Biden and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu last week, as well as in conversations in recent days between Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and his Israeli counterpart Yoav Gallant. In other news, Russia is reportedly assembling a battalion of North Korean nationals to help push Ukraine's forces out of Kursk. As reported by Ukrainian outlet Liga, citing a source in Ukrainian military intelligence, Moscow will staff its newest outfit with troops sent over by Kim Jong-un. The troops may subsequently be involved in combat missions in the country's southwestern regions as per reports. Well, to the UK now, an undercover police officer has admitted that he spied on UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer while he was a radical barrister. This is what a public inquiry has heard. The police spy has said that he accessed confidential details of the legal advice that Keir Starmer was giving to two environmentalist campaigners in the well-known McLibel case in the early 90s. And the contents of the advice were then relayed by the spy to his managers in a covert Scotland Yard unit, the inquiry was told. The public inquiry is examining how police deployed about 139 undercover officers to spy on more than 1,000 political groups. This is between the years 1968 and at least 2010. Well, we're slipping into a very short break, but we're back in a moment with much more. Do stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Civil Aviation Minister briefed by officials in regard to the hoax calls that the airliners have been receiving. Over 10 flights have been grounded in the last 48 hours, and the minister briefed ahead of a parliamentary panel meeting which is going to take place with the airliners, and this is in regard to the hoax calls that has caused a lot of inconvenience to the passengers and the airlines. Omar Abdullah is set to take oath as the first Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir since it became a union territory. This is going to take place in half an hour from now at 11:30 in Srinagar. And Mallikarjun Kharge as well as Rahul, Gandhi along with Priyanka Gandhi, Supriya Sule and Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party will all be present at that swearing ceremony. And the Maharashtra Dangal, a day of key meetings and Mahayuti big guns to meet Amit Shah, while a key Congress meeting is scheduled for today as well. And a sneak peek into the longest festival. We're talking about 75-day long celebration of Dussehra in Chhattisgarh's Bastar that's taking place. NDTV gets you a ground report. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vata. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including multiple threats to Indian airliners, which has caused this meeting with the Civil Aviation Minister, who has been briefed by officials. We're talking about Ram Mohan Naidu, who held that high-level meeting. This meeting taking place just ahead of the parliamentary panel meeting, which is coming up later today. This is in regard to the hoax call menace that is being faced by the airliners and the passengers in the last 48 hours. 10 flights have been impacted, 10 flights have been grounded, and there's been big implications as far as airlines are concerned due to these threatening messages that they're receiving online. We have my colleague Aishwarya joining us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, parliamentary panel meeting midst these threats that the airliners are getting with these hoax calls, that are being put up on, online services, and that has impacted so many Indian airlines. One, especially this airline that had to be diverted to Canada, which is heading towards Chicago. Indian Airlines, which was meant to arrive in Chicago, and the Canadian ministry stepping in there in order to help out.
Well, the Civil Aviation Ministry has jumped into action, and since morning there are several meetings that have taken place. To put into context, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu had called a meeting at 9:30 a.m. with the DGCA officials and the Civil Aviation Ministry officials just before the first meeting of the Standing Committee of Parliament for Transport, Tourism and Culture, in which the agenda is very clear. This is the first meeting inside the Parliament. The members have been called in, to which Ram Mohan Naidu is not a part of it, but the agenda is to hear from the Secretary of the Civil Aviation Ministry regarding the working of the Civil Aviation Ministry. Now, he will be definitely asked by the members of this committee about the recent threat calls that had been received by different airline carriers and what action the DGCA has taken into it. Regarding that, the Civil Aviation Minister was briefed today by the Joint Secretary as well as the DGCA and Civil Aviation Ministry officials as well as to what reply they are going to give inside the Parliament regarding this and what steps they have taken. Shortly after that, of course, we all know that there is a cabinet meeting happening at 7 km. So Ram Mohan Naidu, being a part of it, had left for it. But the joint secretary and the secretary will be present inside the parliament where we are reporting from, and he will be giving a detailed reply to the members of the Parliamentary Standing Committee for Transport regarding the recent hoax calls. Of course, the DGCA and the Civil Aviation Ministry sources have told us that they had prepared a detailed reply in which they have stated those couriers who have received such hoax calls had given only clearance after they had screened the passengers, and the clearance had been given by the local agencies and the people who had been given a chance to investigate into it. And later these airline carriers had given clearance to fly. But how they will be stopped from where these threat calls are being received is a part of investigation which is currently going on, and all of this will be briefed today inside the parliament to the Parliament Standing Committee. On the other side, we are also getting information that Civil Aviation Minister had called another meeting in the afternoon with the airline carriers regarding the recent hoax calls, and they will be asked about what action they are taking, and a joint plan will be prepared to stop these threat calls which are being received recently by different airline carriers in different zones of the country.
Right, thank you so much, Ashwarya. All eyes on that parliamentary panel meeting that's coming up amidst these threats to Indian airliners with hoax calls that have grounded several flights. We are talking about multiple flights that have been impacted in the last 48 hours alone, and an Air India flight which was directed to Chicago from New Delhi was diverted to Canada following a hoax bomb threat, and it is the Canada Air Force that has in fact stepped in and helped the people there. These are Indian, the Air India passengers, and we have my colleague Vishnu joining us. Vishnu, why are these Air India passengers being evacuated by the Canadian Air Force? Why has the Air India airlines not been able to help out these stranded passengers?
That's because there are flight duty limitations for Air India pilots. They cannot operate an aircraft if they've been active for a certain number of hours. That's number one. Number two, the place where they landed in Inuit is one of the most remote in all of Canada. It's a subarctic town. There are literally just a few dozen homes over there and an air base. They didn't have space in hotels, neither did they have facilities at the airport to account for 211 odd passengers who were on that Air India aircraft. So the Canadian government, their defense ministry, their emergency preparedness ministry, they came together. They flew across a CC-130, which is a military version of a commercial airliner, to that place. They got all the passengers on board, and they are now on their way to Chicago. Their luggage will follow soon, perhaps on that Air India flight when it does operate, because the luggage had to be kept aside for security clearance. In a small airport like this, that was not possible. So a huge inconvenience to those passengers and to airlines. The largest story here, of course, is that 10 airlines, all Indian airlines, right, have been impacted by these hoax bomb calls in 36 odd hours.
Right. Of course, also, Vishnu, when we talk about the timing of this comes at a time when the relationship between India and Canada has seen, its lowest in terms of, diplomats who have, in fact, been, sent back from both countries.
Yeah, that's right. The relationship between India and Canada has plummeted to a new low. This was done on humanitarian grounds, and given, the fairly critical situation which could have emerged if you had 211 odd passengers on the ground in a tiny airport with no facilities or minimal facilities over there. So the Canadian government also realized that they needed to have a role in moving these passengers out, which is why they've done that. So these passengers are now on their way to their original destination, Chicago. So this was done on humanitarian grounds. Air India has thanked local responders for reaching out.
Right. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us all these details. And let's just get you the latest as far as the pollution situation is concerned. And the top court has slammed the air pollution panel. We're talking about the Supreme Court talking about the air quality panel being a toothless wonder, and that the officials, again, there'll be action taken against officials. And this is what the Supreme Court has said while reprimanding the government of Punjab and Haryana, giving them a deadline of a week. This is what the Supreme Court has gone ahead and said, that they will be giving a deadline
of a 1-week notice to the government of Punjab and Haryana and asking about why no action really has been taken against violators. So the top Haryana officials to appear in person. This comes after the centre on Tuesday assured that the Supreme Court that the members of the Commission for Air Quality Management in the NCR region and adjoining areas, including its chairperson, have sufficient experience in the field of air pollution and environmental issues. And we have Sunil Prabhu joining us. Sunil, just take us through the proceedings in court with the Supreme Court coming down very heavily when it comes to Punjab and Haryana government, talking about action that will be taken against officials as well as violators.
That's right. As we speak, the proceedings are continuing and the Supreme Court is coming down not only heavily on Haryana and Punjab, but also on the Centre for Air Quality Commission, Air Quality Management, very categorically saying it's a toothless wonder and that there are no experts in terms of air pollution. It's only of retired bureaucrats, and really clearly giving 1 week to Punjab as well as Haryana to deal with the Haryana stubble burning. Has already summoned the Chief Secretary of Haryana to give a personal explanation of non-compliance of orders. And as we speak, they continue to grill the Advocate General of the Punjab government as well as the Secretary, and asking them why they have given a wrong statement and wanting very categorically, submissions to be made in writing to the central government for the use of those machines in the stubble burning. In terms of money and finances, that has not yet come. And it's in that backdrop that the Supreme Court three-judge bench is grilling and asking serious questions as Delhi's, the National Capital Region's air pollution goes from bad to worse.
Right, of course, the Supreme Court slamming the government of Punjab and Haryana and saying that orders are not being followed, which is why that deadline of a 1-week notice is being given to the government of Punjab and Haryana. Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with those details. Now let's just get you the very latest from Jammu and Kashmir, and it is in fact Omar Abdullah who will be sworn in as the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir in a matter of minutes from now at 11:30 in Srinagar. But it is the Congress party which is unlikely to be part of the Omar Abdullah cabinet. From what we are hearing, the Congress has been demanding 3 cabinet berths, but only 1 berth has been offered, along with the possibility of a deputy speaker's position. The Chief Minister, who says they're in talks with the Congress party, who will be supporting the National Conference from the outside. This is the Congress party who is now saying, of course, we will have, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, as well as Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, along with Akhilesh Yadav, all there in attendance as far as that swearing-in ceremony is concerned. But let's just listen in to how Omar Abdullah is reacting to the Congress, staying out of the cabinet formation today.
Not out of the cabinet. It's for the Congress to decide. We've been in discussions with them. So I will not be filling all 9 vacancies in the Council of Ministers. Some vacancies will be kept to be filled going ahead. As I said, we're in talks with the Congress. If all was not well, Kharge ji, Rahul and other senior leaders of the Congress would not be coming here. Jammu and Kashmir has gone through an extremely difficult time. People have enormous expectations, and our challenge is to live up to those expectations.
Or take oath as the first Chief Minister of the Jammu and Kashmir after the abrogation of Article 370.
I have some strange distinctions. I was the last Chief Minister to serve a full 6-year term. Now I'll be the first Chief Minister of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The last distinction, as in the one of serving 6 years, I'm quite happy about. Being a Chief Minister of a Union Territory is a different matter altogether. It has its own challenges, but I hope that the status of a Union Territory is a temporary one.
10 साल के बाद यहाँ पे लोगों की हुकूमत होगी। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट जो है बहुत जल्दी स्टेट को रिस्टोर करेगी और पूरे जो महकमे हैं, ताकत है, वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को मिलेगी। तब स्टेट गवर्नमेंट जो है यहाँ के लोगों के मुश्किलात को दूर कर सकेगी तेज़ी से, और फिर से जम्मू कश्मीर जो है वो हिंदुस्तान का मुकुट है, ताज है, ताज चमकने लगेगा, उसकी हम उम्मीद करते हैं।
And to get more on this, we have my colleague Nazir joining us. Nazir, take us through, we are hearing that the Congress has declined the offer of that one ministerial berth in the incoming government. What's really brewing with the Congress party, and why is there such a delay as far as the decision is concerned in regard to that one ministerial candidate?
Well, Congress has so far decided not to be part of the, they are supporting part of the government, but not to join the cabinet, because first they could not pick their right candidate because they have 6 MLAs and they could not choose who would be the ministerial candidate. So clearly they are not joining the government, though there would be no Congress minister in this government. 6 ministers, including Chief Minister, will take oath today. And it is a right mix of both the regions, Jammu and the Kashmir, and also right mix of the Hindu and the Muslim. Jammu and Kashmir has a 70% Muslim population and 28% Hindu population, and I can tell you there are 2 Hindu ministers and 4 Muslim ministers. There are 3 ministers from the valley, including Chief Minister, and 3 from the Jammu. One is what we hear, Omar Abdullah, then there's Javed Dar, who is an MLA from Rafiabad in North Kashmir. You have Sakina Yuttu, only minister, woman minister who will be in Omar Abdullah cabinet. Then there will be Surinder Chaudhary from Naushera Rajouri, who has defeated BJP President, State President Ravinder Raina. And then there would be a very interesting ex-army man, Satish Sharma, son of a former Congress leader who contested independent candidate from Cham in Jammu, who will be taking oath as a minister in Omar Abdullah government. And also Gujar tribal leader Javed Rana from Poonch Rajouri. So Poonch Rajouri, which had given a big mandate to National Conference, is also, because BJP tried a lot by giving reservation to the Pahadis, but that didn't work when it comes to winning seats. So that is the kind of thing. Let me, Minister of ruling party, let me talk to the opposition. Wahidur Rahman Para, he has come to attend this swearing ceremony. Wahidji, what are your first thoughts as Omar Abdullah is taking oath?
I think all of us, on behalf of PDP, want a stable government. And Jammu and Kashmir, there has been a void for 6 years now.
Okay.
And there's a lot of silence in Jammu and Kashmir. People actually want a people's representation. We want a stable government in state, and we will do everything to support that stable government in whatever capacity it is required.
But can you hear this? The opposition party, PDP, saying their main leader, Wahidur Rahman Farah, we will support the government to be stable government and to deliver.
Yeah, definitely all of us want to help the government to deliver, and there are huge expectations from this government.
Okay.
So we expect Umar Sahab and his party, his government, to deliver on the promises that have been made in their manifesto.
Okay. So tomorrow, if they move the resolution, will you support that?
Definitely, whatever suits the interests of Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir state, we will support all such resolutions, and we want them to deliver on their poll promise.
So Congress, we are hearing that may not be the part of the, there would be no Congress minister in the government, though they are part of, and importantly, top leadership of the Congress, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, and Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge they are attending this swearing ceremony, and National Conference Honorable clearly said, look, if there would have been a problem between the two parties, then they would not have come. So it would be in fact a united face of the India alliance as well on Omar Abdullah's swearing ceremony today. Wahid, there's one last question. We have this election after a gap of 10 years, then we have the first, rather the stable government, which has the almost absolute majority. Your party has just 3 MLAs. You are also an MLA from Pulwama. What are, expectations of the common man from the government and including your party?
I think the
which they should do the first.
Are to stop the process of dispossession that was started 5 years before.
Okay.
And to begin with the process of reclaiming whatever we have lost, the orders that have been unilaterally passed,
okay,
the land rights, the large issue of 370, and
correct,
how to begin that process. We are all with this government to fight for restoration of special status of Jammu and Kashmir, and that's the core issue we want this government to deliver on, the main issue of which is about the restoration of 370 and statehood of Jammu and Kashmir.
So that is the opposition voice also. They say they will support it. Number one, stop the dispossession, because people were being thrown out, they were being removed from the land, state land and other lands. So that should stop. They are also saying that that bulldozer action which used to be here, removing people, is, what the officials used to say, encroachment, that should stop. And they say reclaim what we have lost, which are the lands and job rights, land rights, which has been the common, we have seen agenda of all the political parties in Jammu and Kashmir. But for now, while from now you will see Jammu and Kashmir will be having new government, first elected government in the Union Territory, and Omar Abdullah says he hopes that it will be now a temporary arrangement. Besides, I will tell you, this India Alliance, NC had reportedly, National Conference had reportedly invited Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he has not been able to attend this ceremony today. But they are trying to make the start from the positive note. Omar Abdullah has clearly said, look, I want a positive and constructive relationship with the central government, not that one of the confrontation.
Right. Thank you so much, Nazir. All eyes on that swearing-in ceremony that is about to begin at 11:30, just 10 minutes to go. And to get more on this, we also have Nisha Chaudhary joining us, as well as Saeed Junaid Hashmi, senior, journalist with us. Nisha Chaudhary, over to you first. When we talk about Omar Abdullah saying that all is well and that, they are keeping the vacancies open as far as the Council of Ministers is concerned, what is this really indicative of with the Congress, extending its support only from the outside for now?
Are you asking me?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Well, Omar Abdullah, who was a reluctant entrant into the assembly elections, you remember he had said that I don't want to be sitting in the ante-room of the LG, given the powers of the Union Territory. He is exuding what I would call, quiet confidence. It's not overstated in what he's saying, and yet there is optimism. And he has reached out in early hours after the results to the center as well as to the Raj Bhavan to repair the relationships that have been troubled. And the governor has again today said, as far as he's concerned, there's going to be no confrontation from his side. He said,
Union territory, which was a state, what is your...
देखिए स्टेटहुड की अधिकार और स्टेट के पक्ष में हूँ मैं, क्योंकि आधी अधूरी लोकतंत्र है। अभी पूरे अधिकार कहाँ हैं?
जी
जो अधिकार कहीं और बांध दिए गए उसके पक्ष में हम नहीं हैं।
तो आप आ रहे हैं और दूसरे इंडिया अलायंस के पार्टनर भी आ रहे हैं इस स्वेरिंग सेरेमनी में, तो व्हाट मैसेज आप क्या देना चाहते हैं?
इंडिया गठबंधन और मजबूत हो, स्ट्रेंथन हो, बीजेपी देश से हटे।
और यहाँ जो कश्मीर में, जम्मू कश्मीर में जो चैलेंज हैं यहाँ सरकार के यहाँ, क्योंकि 10 साल बाद पहले असेंबली इलेक्शन हुए, 6 साल तक प्रेसिडेंशियल रूल पहली गवर्नमेंट है, लोगों को कहीं कहते हैं एक्सपेक्ट है, लेकिन वो कहते हैं डिलीवर नहीं कर पाएंगे जब तक ये यूनियन टेरिटरी है। व्हाट इंडिया अलायंस विल डू टू रेस्टोर दिस?
देखिए फारूक अब्दुल्ला यहाँ मुख्यमंत्री रहे, उनसे पहले उमर मुख्यमंत्री बन रहे हैं, जरूर है, और क्योंकि जो अधिकार आपके पास होने चाहिए एक लोकतंत्र में मुख्यमंत्री के पास, वो मुख्यमंत्री के पास नहीं है।
तो ये कहते हैं ये पहला असॉल्ट था जो फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर जो इंडिया का है, एक स्टेट को यूनियन टेरिटरी बनाया गया, जब यहाँ राहुल गांधी।
Right, Nisha Chaudhary and Mr. Hashmi with us. Nisha Chaudhary, of course, we've seen the India Alliance there since Tuesday. Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Yadav has been in Srinagar. Of course, Supriya Sule of the NCP. We also have Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party, along with the top leaders of the Congress Party, whether it's Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, as well as Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, all being there. And which is what Omar Abdullah has gone on to say, that their presence at the swearing-in ceremony says it all, and that there seems to be no rift in the party.
Yes, I think that is the whole idea, even though the Congress is not going to be part of the government, and that may be part of a strategy, because the Congress is, has to take care of all its interests all over India, may not want to give the impression that it's moving very close to the center, whereas the Omar Abdullah will have to work closely with the center. Even though I must say he had made a distinction between NC versus BJP, different from Srinagar and Delhi working together. So that's a very fine distinction. But anyway, the India Alliance is there in full force to say that there is no rift and they stand behind Omar Abdullah's government, which is a good thing that's happening. And it's a new beginning being made, and it will take the far-sightedness of both sides, both Omar Abdullah and Raj Bhavan and North Bloc, to not let go of this opportunity, which but comes rarely in the life of a nation, and how to really normalize the situation, keep it peaceful, let the new government deal with the problems, day-to-day problems of the people who were dealing only with bureaucrats, and really so that statehood comes back to the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. That is going to be the major objective, as many of the leaders of the India bloc have stated on your channel.
Right, ma'am. Of course, we just heard Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Yadav talk about restoration of statehood in Jammu and Kashmir, and that also Omar Abdullah has been underlining as a key expectation of his government as far as the restoration is concerned. That was revoked after Article 370. That scrapped, that it was scrapped in August of 2019. Mr. Hashmi, take us through the challenges that Omar Abdullah will be facing, given the complexities of the Union territories.
There are lots of challenges that Omar Abdullah is going to face. The biggest challenge is that there's huge regional divide between Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu has largely voted for Bharatiya Janata Party. Out of 34 Hindu MLAs, the 29 are from Bharatiya Janata Party. That's the first challenge that Omar Abdullah will have to take head on. And the second big challenge for Omar Abdullah is to deliver on the promises that he has made. We'll have to see how he will revoke PSC. He has talked about revoking Public Safety Act. He has talked about 200 units of free electricity. That's something which is very difficult given the kind of situation that we are in. 10,000, we buy electricity for around rupees 10,000 crore. Our revenue is just 3,000 crores. So you have to see how you can, deliver on that promise. Besides that, as I said, the biggest issue for Omar Abdullah is you just see the composition of the cabinet. He has he has chosen one member from North Kashmir, one from South Kashmir, one from Rajouri Punj, one from Jammu region, and one from the ST community. That is how he's trying to balance between regional, sub-regional identities. This is how he's trying to ensure that his cabinet looks like representing entire Jammu and Kashmir. The Congress is not part of the government, but Omar Abdullah still has 4 spots to fill. So it will be very interesting to see how Omar fills the rest of the, 3 spots to fill to ensure that regional and sub-regional balances are maintained. And the biggest challenge, another big challenge for Omar Abdullah would be, since he would not be heading the Home Department, most of the issues related to Jammu and Kashmir have one thing other thing to do with the Home Ministry. So we'll have to see how he deals with that. He has to have a nice working relationship with Bharatiya Janata Party. BJP has 29 members in Jammu. I'm hearing that they're going to be, they are not going to be troublesome for the government. They're going to keep things easy for the government. But we'll have to see how Omar tides over all these challenges that he'll be facing as first Chief Minister of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Already people are saying that he'll be one of the weakest Chief Ministers weakest Chief Minister in the country. But we'll have to see whether that turns out to be true or New Delhi.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Hashmi and Nija Chaudhary for joining us. We will continue our discussion on the other side of this very short break.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
Up have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet.
Visuals on your screen, live visuals coming in of Omar Abdullah, who is set to take oath as Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. In attendance is the Congress party with Mallikarjun Kharge, as well as Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, as well as Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Yadav there as well. And it is Omar Abdullah who has gone on to say that, all is well as far as the party is concerned, given the fact that the National Conference that has dominated the September-October Jammu and Kashmir election, winning 42 of 90 seats, while the Congress that was expected to do well won only 6 seats. And the Congress has decided to sit out as far as the cabinet formation is concerned. The Congress will not be part of the new Jammu and Kashmir government, despite having allied with Omar Abdullah's National Conference. The sources have told NDTV that the Congress so far has declined the offer of one ministerial berth in the incoming government, will be offering support only from the outside. But it is Omar Abdullah who's gone on to say that all is well and they're in talks with the Congress party, which is why all the Congress leaders are there in attendance as far as the swearing-in ceremony is concerned. So Omar Abdullah saying that they are in talks and not all 9 vacancies are going to be filled. Some are open as talks continue with the Congress party. There you can see Akhilesh Yadav, who was there since yesterday, meeting with Farooq Abdullah there. Of course, all of them, the India Alliance, they're in full attendance, lending their support as far as Omar Abdullah is concerned. And Omar Abdullah is being sworn in, just the ceremony that's about to take place some minutes from now. There is Omar Abdullah on stage, ready to be sworn in as the new Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. And joining us now is Nazir from Srinagar. Nazir, just take us through who all are there in attendance for the swearing-in ceremony.
While Omar Abdullah has started taking oath as the Lieutenant Governor, Manoj has taken oath of office. The oath taking is underway of Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. So this is a new beginning in Jammu and Kashmir. New beginning in Jammu and Kashmir. After a gap of almost 10 years, we saw the first assembly election, and then the constitution change in Jammu and Kashmir, and we have seen abrogation of Article 370 and Jammu and Kashmir divided into 2 union territories. And now, after a gap of more than 6.5 years, Jammu and Kashmir remain under center rule, and finally we have a government in place. So Omar Abdullah has taken oath of office as the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, and second in the seat after Omar Abdullah will take oath is Surinder Chaudhary. He is from Naushera Rajouri, MLA Naushera Rajouri. He has defeated BJP's Ravindra Rana, BJP state president. He will be the second. You can see the kind of seniority. First right list of Omar Abdullah has completed his oath. He is going back to his seat. Now it will be this Surinder Chaudhary. Then you have on the seat waiting to take oath is Sakina Yatu. Then you have Javed Rana. And then you have Javed Dar. And then you have Sati Sharma. Now Surinder Chaudhary, National Conference MLA from from Nowshera and Rajouri is taking oath as the minister. So there would be total 5 ministers in the government, of the cabinet. So it would be the 6th member. Around 6 chairs, and all those people who are taking oath today are sitting there in the dais as J&K Lieutenant Governor is giving.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established. That I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India. That I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. And that I will do right to all manner of people in accordance to the Constitution and the law, without fear or favour, affection or ill will. I, Omar Abdullah, do swear in the name of God that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person or persons any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as such Minister.
I now request Shri Surinder Kumar Chaudhary to take oath as Deputy Chief Minister for the Union Territory of J&K.
मैं सुरेंद्र कुमार चौधरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं जम्मू व कश्मीर संघ राज्य क्षेत्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्य का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान के और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं सुरेंद्र कुमार चौधरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय जम्मू व कश्मीर संघ राज्य क्षेत्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा प्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
I now request Ms. Sakina Ittu to take oath as Minister of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
I, Sakina Ittu, do swear in the name of God
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India, that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as a minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and that I will do right to all manner of people in accordance with the Constitution and the law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. I, Sakina Etu, do swear in the name of God, affirm that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person or persons any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, except as may required for the due discharge of my duties as such Minister.
I now request Shri Javed Ahmed Rana to take oath as Minister of Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
मैं जावेद अहमद राना अल्लाह अज़्ज़वजल के नाम पर हल्फ उठाता हूं कि मैं भारत के आईन पर जो कानून की रूह से करार पाया है सच्चा एतकाद रखूंगा और इसके ताई वफादारी बरतूंगा। ये कि मैं भारत की खुद मुख्तारी और सालमियत को बरकरार रखूंगा। ये कि मैं उस फर्ज को जो मुझे सौंपा जा रहा है वफादारी फर्जशनासी के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर की यूनियन टेरिटरी के लिए वजीर की हैसियत से अंजाम दूंगा। ये कि मैं हर तरह के लोगों के साथ बिला किसी खौफ, जानबदारी, लगाव, अदावत के आयन और कानून के मुताबिक इंसाफ करूंगा। मैं जावेद अहमद राना खुदा के नाम पर हल्फ उठाता हूं कि मैं बिल वास्ता या बिला वास्ता किसी शख्स या अशखास को किसी मामला जो मेरे जेर गौर लाया जाए या जिसका मुझे बातौर जम्मू कश्मीर यूनियन टेरिटरी के वजीर की हैसियत से इल्म हो कि इतला नहीं दूंगा या उसको जाहिर नहीं करूंगा मासवाए ऐसी सूरत के जबकि मुझे ऐसे वजीर की हैसियत से फराइज की बाज़ाब्ता सरअंजाम देही के लिए ऐसा करना मतलूब हो।
I now request Shri Javed Ahmed Dar to take oath as Minister of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. I, Javed Ahmadar, do swear in the name of God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India, as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India, that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as a minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and that I will do right to all manner of people in accordance with the Constitution and the law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. I, Javed Ahmadar, do swear in the name of God that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person or persons any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as a minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as such minister.
And there we can see the swearing-in ceremony that's taking place in Srinagar with Omar Abdullah, the last Chief Minister to serve a full 6 years and is now the first Chief Minister of the Union Territories of Jammu and Kashmir. We have Nazir joining us. Nazir, the swearing-in ceremony that is taking place of the Cabinet of Ministers, with Omar Abdullah saying that there is going to be some opening still left for the Congress party as they continue their discussions.
To the Constitution of India as well as established. I will uphold this.
Union with ministers, group of ministers, prime ministers taking picture with the lieutenant governor before this oath-taking ceremony is formally over. So this government has a right mix of people from all regions and states. You have a chief minister, a Kashmiri Muslim, and you have a deputy chief minister as a Hindu from Jammu. And then you have a representation of the Gujar Bakarwal community. Kashmiri, participation.
Omar Abdullah there taking oath as the new Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. The last Chief Minister to serve a full 6 years has become the first Chief Minister of the Union Territories of Jammu and Kashmir. It is the Congress Party and the India Alliance that's out in full attendance in order to extend their support as far as the formation of the new government is concerned. And let's get to the very latest from Maharashtra.
निवडणुकीचा शंखनाद झालाय. अर्थात आमच्याकरता शंखनाद झालाय, काहींकरता ऐलान झालाय. पण आज या निमित्ताने आमच्या महायुती सरकारने 2-2.25 वर्षामध्ये जे काही कार्य केलेलं आहे त्याचे एक रिपोर्ट कार्ड आपल्यापुढे आम्ही ठेवतो आहोत. अर्थात हे संक्षिप्त रिपोर्ट कार्ड आहे, कारण आपल्याला ठळक बाबीच तुमच्यापर्यंत पोहोचवता येतील. सविस्तर त्यातला प्रत्येक मुद्दा आणि त्या घटकांकरता केलेली कामं याची पुस्तिका आहे. त्याच्यामुळे ती काही आपल्यासमोर ठेवणं आम्हाला आता संयुक्तिक वाटत नाही, ते आपल्यापर्यंत आम्ही पोहोचवू. एक महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेच्या लक्षात आलं असेल, स्थगिती सरकार गेल्यानंतर गती आणि प्रगतीचं सरकार हे गेल्या 2-2.25 वर्षामध्ये महाराष्ट्राने बघितलेलं आहे. आणि ज्या वेगाने मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथरावजी शिंदे यांच्या नेतृत्वातील सरकारने या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये ट्रान्सफॉर्मेशनल, पूर्णपणे परिवर्तन करणाऱ्या अशा प्रकारच्या योजना आणल्या, या निश्चितपणे आमच्या कामाची गती आणि महाराष्ट्राची प्रगती या दोन्ही गोष्टी सांगणाऱ्या आहेत. खरं म्हणजे ज्याचा उल्लेख या ठिकाणी झाला की महाराष्ट्र हे पहिलं राज्य आहे की ज्या राज्याने शेती विजेकरता स्वतंत्र शेतकरी वीज कंपनी स्थापन केली. या कंपनीच्या अंतर्गत 14,000 मेगावॅट वीज निर्मितीचं काम सुरू केलं सोलरच्या माध्यमातून. आणि पुढच्या 15 ते 18 महिन्यामध्ये म्हणजे आतापर्यंत त्यातलं 1,500 मेगावॅट पूर्ण पण झालं. 15 ते 18 महिन्यात याचं सगळं काम डिलिव्हर होईल आणि त्यानंतर महाराष्ट्रातल्या शेतकऱ्यांना 365 दिवसा वीज ही आम्ही उपलब्ध करून देऊ. हा एक अत्यंत क्रांतिकारी निर्णय आणि काम
throughout the year 365 days.
आम्ही सुरू केलेलं आहे. आणि 8.5 रुपयांनी जी वीज पडायची ती वीज आता केवळ 3 रुपयाला पडणार आहे. त्यामुळे महाराष्ट्र सरकारचे 10,000 कोटी रुपये बजेटमधले आणि 5,000 कोटी रुपये क्रॉस सबसिडीचे आम्ही यातनं वाचवणार आहोत. आणि याच्याच आधारावर आम्ही शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत विजेची योजना आणली. आणि म्हणूनच जे अजितदादांनी सांगितलं की मागच्या काँग्रेसच्या सरकारमध्ये घोषणा केली आणि नंतर बदलून गेले, कधी प्रिंटिंग मिस्टेक सांगितली, असा हा निर्णय नाही. तर अतिशय वेल थॉट, विचारपूर्वक कृती करून वर्षानुवर्ष हा निर्णय चालेल अशी व्यवस्था करून आम्ही हा निर्णय घेतलाय. आणि म्हणून शेतकऱ्यांना विजेचं बिल माफ केलेलं आहे ते भविष्यात देखील सुरू राहील आणि त्यांना दिवसा 12 तास वीज मिळेल. दुसरा महत्वाचा आम्ही निर्णय केला की शेतकऱ्यांना मागेल त्याला सौर पंप केवळ 10% पैसे भरायचे आणि त्याला सौर पंप मिळेल. 25 वर्ष विजेचं बिल येणार नाही. 5 वर्ष सगळी देखरेख ही सरकार करेल. चोरीला गेला तर इन्शुरन्स आहे, तोड झाली तर इन्शुरन्स आहे. आणि मागितल्यानंतर 3 महिन्यात त्याच्या शेतीमध्ये ही पण व्यवस्था आपल्या सरकारने केली आहे.
Before 3 months after the demand has been made, we'll provide
शेतकऱ्याला चिंतामुक्त करण्याचं काम हे आपल्या सरकारच्या माध्यमातून या ठिकाणी झालेलं आहे. आणि मला असं वाटतं की शेतकऱ्यांनी देखील त्याचं प्रचंड स्वागत केलं. कारण अगदी 5,000 रुपयापासून तर 50,000 रुपयापर्यंत बिलं जी आहेत ही शेतकऱ्यांची माफ झालेली आहेत.
The farmers have welcomed this a lot because their bills ranging from 5,000 rupees to 50,000 rupees have been waived now.
खरं म्हणजे जे काही मध्यंतरी महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार होतं, या सरकारमध्ये एकाही प्रकल्पाला सुधारित प्रशासकीय मान्यता दिली नाही. त्यामुळे सिंचनाचं काम
महाविकास आघाडी government did not give an administrative clearance to many of such policies.
145 प्रकल्पांना त्या ठिकाणी सुधारित प्रशासकीय मान्यता दिलेली आहे. ज्यामुळे
given administrative clearance to as many as 145 projects.
क्षमता तयार होईल. आणि आपण बघा सगळ्या महाराष्ट्रातल्या दुष्काळी भागामध्ये ही सगळी प्रकल्प आपण त्या ठिकाणी मान्य केलेली आहेत. अनेक दुष्काळी भागातले कामांची सुरुवात केलेली आहे. म्हणजे अगदी
They've also started working on several projects when it comes to drought-hit regions in the state, the ones which lack water. We've also started the same in the Vidarbha region of the state.
अशक्यप्राय वाटायचं नदीजोड प्रकल्प, वैनगंगा, नळगंगा, पैनगंगा नदीजोड प्रकल्प 90,000 कोटी रुपयाचा.
The river connecting project which seemed impossible earlier is now becoming a reality.
जे पाणी आहे 55 TMC हे पाणी गोदावरीच्या खोऱ्यामध्ये आणून गोदावरीचं तुटीचं खोरं हे बॅलन्स करून मराठवाड्याला कायमचं दुष्काळमुक्त करायचं
will be bringing 55 TMC water in the basin of river Godavari and help the people of Marathwada by providing them water to Godavari.
वैधानिक कारवाई पूर्ण केली त्याच्याही संदर्भात सगळं त्याचं फर्स्ट स्टेजचं टेंडर आपण त्या ठिकाणी काढलेलं आहे. त्यामुळे यातली कुठली योजना ही केवळ कागदा
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power.
Multiple threats received by Indian Airlines in the last 2 days. Parliamentary panel meet amid hoax call menace at 2 p.m. Omar Abdullah takes oath as Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister. Rahul, Priyanka take part in swearing in ceremony. Omar says Congress is not out of the cabinet.
As by law established.
Ahead of Maharashtra polls, big Mahayuti meeting today. Fadnavis, Shinde, Ajit Pawar to meet Amit Shah in Delhi. Haryana Chief Minister to take oath tomorrow. Ahead of government formation, BJP central observers meet newly elected MLAs. SC slams air pollution panel calls the Commission for Air Quality Management toothless wonder. Also reprimands Punjab and Haryana governments. Day 2 of SCO meeting. Jai Shankar meets Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, shakes hand with him. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahal. We're starting this edition with our top focus. The Mahayuti press conference was held just a while back, in which the Mahayuti alliance partners took pot shots at the MVA alliance leaders. Well, what we do understand at this point in time, what has been said in the meeting is that Ajit Pawar has hit out at the MVA partners, saying that the opposition has been trying to set a fake narrative for several days. They've been claiming that the elections would be held in multiple phases, but the Election Commission made its decision and decided to keep the election in just one phase. Well, what the Mahayuti alliance partners also said, that we were blamed for the policies which we introduced. They've said we emptied the coffers of this state, but before the elections we've taken several decisions in the last cabinet. Let's try and take more information about that big press briefing that happened just a while back from my colleague Radhika. Radhika, take us through the details.
That's right. Just a day after the poll dates were announced by Mahayuti, by the Election Commission. Of course, now the Mahayuti government taking a press conference. Just a few days back, Kitty, MVA also took a press conference which spoke about the alleged corrupt report card of Mahayuti government, spoke about certain schemes that were corrupt, and also went on to speak about how they were using money and sort of muscle power to buy corporators as well as MLAs. So therefore, a report card of sorts were, spoken about in that particular press conference. So attacks and counterattacks happening now. This is a counter to that particular press conference of the MVAs. Mahayuti there, all the top leaders, including the Chief Minister as well as the Deputy Chief Ministers present there, speaking about highlighting the development work that they did over the last few years, and how the opposition is hell-bent on setting up false narrative as far as the state of Maharashtra is concerned and as far as the ruling party is concerned. So therefore, they went on to talk about how they've done much for the welfare of farmers in terms of subsidy, in terms of waiver in electricity and several other schemes launched for the farmers, and also went on to talk about Ladki Behan scheme, which they say is very popular, is a very popularly accepted scheme now, and about the youth-centric schemes as well. So this is more or less a, blowing the trumpet sort of a press conference where the Mahayuti government is countering what the MVA had been alleging and going on to talk about all the development work they have done over the last 2.5 years.
The Mahayuti leaders just held a press conference and have hit out at the MVA alliance partners, saying that the opposition has been trying to set up a fake narrative and that has been clearly demolished. What the leaders of the Mahayuti have been claiming is that the opposition has been so far, from so many days has been saying that the election commission would decide on having elections in multiple phases, but the election commission did not do so. Also on your charge that the policies that were introduced by the Mahayuti have emptied the coffers of the state. That has not happened. Instead, the Ladki Behan Yojana is quite popular in the state. How would you respond?
First of all, there are even minor girls not safe. They are not sitting for your 1300 rupees. They are sitting for their respect, their dignity, and they are willing to earn money through various legal channels and definitely through some education, through some development. Instead of paying in 1300 rupees, because 15 lakh they could not send. So now they are giving 1500 rupees to silence the people. But people of Maharashtra are not psychos or mad that they will get under your impressions and then they will give in and just give you votes. I mean, this is really pathetic. And when it comes to the Uddhav Thackeray's Sarkar, which was definitely there with the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and we have very good coordination with our allies, and we are very sure about the upcoming elections also as well. Just by manipulating things, and people haven't forgotten that when in COVID there was such a dire straits, and people were very happy in Maharashtra till they were in Maharashtra. As soon as they left Maharashtra and they went to other states, the wages of the laborers were definitely not paid over there. There was no food, there was no shelter, there was no water. The central government was theirs only, the BJP government, but nothing had been done. Once they reached UP, Bihar and other states, they were saying we were better off in Maharashtra. So this proves that our honorable CM, Shri Uddhav Thackeray, was the right CM for Maharashtra and will come with a banging and thumping majority.
So will he also become the chief minister if the Maha Vikas Aghadi comes to power?
We see everybody have accepted Shri Uddhav Sahib Thackeray that he is and was fit to be the CM of Maharashtra even at that time. Even today we are in tune with our allies and there is no issue. Uddhav Thackeray Sahib has been chosen by everybody, not only because he is a Shiv Sena chief, but also because of his humility and being a Kutumb Pramukh. And we are sure that our Kutumb Pramukh will definitely come back.
Okay, so all alliance partners would agree on that, you're saying?
Yes, I don't think there is any dispute about this. We are just every allies and every people who are having seat sharing. They are just about that. The discussion is about that. There is no dispute that Uddhav Thackeray Sahib is fit to be the CM.
Well, of course. All right. So you're putting a stamp on that. Absolutely. All the alliance partners would also agree to that. That's what you're saying. He will become the chief minister. He will be the chief ministerial face of the MVA if it comes to power. However, Uddhav Thackeray so far had gone on to say that once the Mahayuti announces their CM face, then only the MVA would do so. All right, sir. Also, are you satisfied with the election commission deciding to announce elections to happen in one phase? Because what the Mahayuti has been saying, that you've been trying to set a fake narrative saying that elections would take place in multiple phases in Maharashtra.
Ma'am, actually, we are very disappointed with various departments under the rule of the central government as well as the state government. This Minde Sarkar, this BJP Sarkar has really not only taken the people for a ride, but be honest politicians, that there are still some politicians who are honest. That's why this world is going on. And there are still a lot of good human beings because of this world is going on. It is very pathetic. Not only are we disappointed in so many departments since the state government has come and since the central government has been there, people have been taken for a ride, but definitely justice will prevail soon. And all these multiple phases and all, they are just fake narratives. There are a lot of narratives which have been faked. I mean, if I give you a list, your program will get over, but my list will not get over.
Okay, sir. We'll find time for that also, sir. But later maybe. Meanwhile, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV and sharing your views there. Well, that's the latest now coming in at this point in time. Big political face-off that's taking place between the MVA alliance partners as well as the Mahayuti. The Mahayuti just did a press conference, and in that press conference, well, huge charges have been leveled by the Mahayuti alliance partners, Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, who were part of this press conference, claimed that the opposition has been trying to set a fake narrative. My colleague Radhika here. Radhika, so we've spoken to Sajid K. Sopariwala, and he's clearly put a stamp on Uddhav Thackeray as the chief ministerial face. Well, that was pretty much clear. However, the MVA was a bit hesitating to announce that officially.
You know, as far as chief ministerial candidate phase is concerned, both the Mahayuti and MVA have not really come up with a name. There have been talks, there have been discussions on it. While Uddhav Thackeray wants a chief ministerial phase to be announced as far as the entire MVA equation is concerned, NCP and Congress not really for it. They believe that it can be done post the elections. However, as far as Mahayuti is concerned, a lot of names doing the rounds, and they are also doing a wait and watch at this point. So it could be Eknath Shinde, it could be Devendra Fadnavis, we are not entirely certain, but nobody really coming out with a chief ministerial phase. But yes, today an important press conference, and there will be more such press conferences in the next few days where there will be attacks, counter-attacks, allegations, counter-allegations. That's what we've been seeing. Earlier, MVA, in fact, took a press conference with a report card for Mahayuti, calling it a charge sheet of corruption, and spoke about alleged scams of Mahayuti. Now, Mahayuti countering it, saying, talking about the work they've done for the people, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of service, in terms of education, employment. Right. So this is a sort of a report card Mahayuti is presenting of itself. So yes,
absolutely.
We'll have to see.
Just a few days left for elections to be held in Maharashtra.
Them talking about
well, it's going to be only a single-phase election, so not much time is left. And of course, all parties would try to woo the voters. Well, high-octane campaigning is, of course, taking place in Maharashtra. That press briefing also that happened just a while back, in which multiple claims have been made by the Mahayuti leaders, and also a sharp attack on the MVA. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details there. We'll get back to Radhika in just a bit and try and get more details about developments taking place. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Amid multiple threats to Indian Airlines in the last 2 days, Union Civil Aviation Minister has been briefed by the Civil Aviation Ministry officials today. Well, Ram Mohan Naidu held the high-level meeting, and what we are learning at the moment is that another meeting is also set to take place in the afternoon. Well, 10 flights so far have been grounded in less than 48 hours over hoax threats. Well, that's the latest coming in. My colleague Aishwarya also now joins us on the broadcast here. He's getting us more details. Aishwarya, take us through the details about what happened in the meeting, what all was discussed, as well as we are learning there's another meeting that's scheduled for afternoon.
Well, the Civil Aviation Ministry has jumped into an action after there were several threat calls that had been received by the airline carriers. Now, remember, to put into context, there have been several meetings that are going on since morning. Number one, it was at 9:30 a.m. Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, has called a meeting with the DGCA officials and the Civil Ministry officials, and they were briefed about what should be the action plan and the response that they are going to give in the Standing Parliamentary Committee meeting inside the Parliament complex, which was scheduled at 11 a.m. Now, the agenda of the meeting was that to hear from the Secretary about the working of the Civil Aviation Ministry, and the opposition MPs clearly spoke to us and stated that they will be asking questions on why these threat calls have been received in a series of aircraft carriers, and what action the DGC has taken till now, to which a detailed reply will be submitted inside the Parliament complex at the Parliamentary Standing Committee, where the meeting is still underway. On the other side, yes, in the afternoon, Ram Mohan Naidu has also called a separate meeting with the aircraft carriers as to what action they have taken and what and whether their separate investigation had found out that from where these threat calls had been received and what precautions that they have taken as far as passenger safety is concerned. The sources within the Civil Aviation Ministry clearly stated that the norms and the protocols that were laid were duly followed, and only after the passenger clearance and the airline thorough check, the passengers aircraft were given permission to be released, and therefore the reason perhaps the action till now had been taken. But it will be very interesting to see that what reply comes out from the secretary inside the Parliament complex at the Parliamentary Standing Committee, where the meeting is still underway.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on the developments there. We have more updates now coming in. We're learning the parliamentary panel on civil aviation met today amidst threats to Indian Airlines. Well, we do understand at least 10 airlines, 10 flights were grounded in a matter of 48 hours. Well, an Air India flight from New Delhi to Chicago was also diverted to Canada after a threat was posted online. The Canadian authorities came forward to help the Indian airline, which was then sent to Chicago. Well, Air India, in a statement released recently, also has thanked the Canadian authorities for their support. Well, my colleague Vishnu also joins us on the broadcast here. Vishnu, this is really getting serious. Well, hoax calls have been made in the about 10 hoax calls, what we are learning in the last 2 days. And also, important update that's coming in is that the parliamentary panel on civil aviation also had met today amid these threats coming into Indian Airlines. What more details are we learning of?
So basically, these are 10 aircraft which were impacted, or 10 flights which were impacted. They were not all grounded. Some of them were already on the ground, and they were delayed for some time before they were security cleared. Other aircraft did have to make an emergency, not an emergency landing, a priority landing after having received a bomb threat. There were two fairly dramatic developments. One was earlier on today when a Royal Canadian Air Force transport actually took out 211 Air India passengers from a remote town in northeast Canada and flew them to Chicago, which was their original destination. The Air India Boeing 777 had earlier made that landing at this remote airport because of the bomb threat that it received. Secondly, yesterday night, two Singapore Air Force fighter aircraft were accompanying an Air India Express flight from Madurai to Singapore, which was asked to move away from heavily congested, populated areas until it was cleared for a landing at Changi Airport in Singapore, where the aircraft was handed over to the police and investigations continued on the bomb threat. So it is an entirely untenable situation for the Indian civil aviation sector. All of these impacting currently Indian airlines. These have come from, social media sources, unverified accounts. There's an action against these accounts. But the larger issue remains, what next the government will need to decide.
Absolutely. Well, that's of course, that's something that remains to be seen. High-level meeting was called today early in the morning, and what we are learning is that another meeting is scheduled for the afternoon. Thank you so much, Vishnu, meanwhile, for getting us all those details there. We also have Mr. Sanjay Lazar, aviation expert, joining us on the broadcast here. Mr. Lazar, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. What do you think? What does the government really need to do here?
Thank you for having me on your show. First of all, we need to look at the regulations on how we are monitoring these hoax calls. When they're on social media, obviously you can, go to Twitter or go to Facebook or wherever and get them to disclose the IP or the sources of that. But one very significant point I'd like to make, which may or may not be relevant, and is yesterday was 15th October 2024. It also marks the anniversary of the death of Talvinder Singh Parmar, the mastermind behind the Kanishka bombing. And it is venerated by a lot of terrorists in Canada as that day. So I would not be put it beyond them to have made a lot of these hoax claims. That has to be investigated. The second thing is there are criteria laid down by the government to apply anti-terrorism laws. So I think they need to do this. And in wake of the current political situation, I would suggest that, we increase check-in times. We start looking at, bomb threats more seriously by checking aircrafts and stuff like that. Other than that, I can see all the airlines have complied with all the regulations. They have taken precautions instantly and tried to protect the safety of the passengers.
Absolutely. Of course, it's the passengers who are bearing the brunt of all of this. Well, what we are also learning is that government sources are also saying that agencies now have been asked to work out a proper mechanism so that delays and diversions are avoided due to such fake calls. Is that possible? I mean, if an airline would receive a hoax call or a threat, they will have to act in time. But and there are bound to be delays and diversions. But of course, at the same time, there has to be a mechanism that needs to be devised in order to ensure that passengers, of course, do not have to face any difficulty because of this.
A bomb threat is a bomb threat. You cannot avoid a diversion. The pilot, it's the call of the pilot in command. The moment somebody informs of a bomb threat, there is no pilot on earth who would not divert. That is an inevitable consequence of flying. And unfortunately, rogues have realized that they can harass passengers, airlines, and nations by making these hoax calls. Nobody can take it lightly. So I beg to differ with the official who said that, because I do believe diversions are, will automatically happen. That's period. You've got to land, do a bomb check, go to an isolation. That's inevitable.
Right.
That's inevitable.
Absolutely, yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us and sharing all that information with us. It was a pleasure speaking to you. Well, what we are also learning at the moment is that the information that's coming out at the moment is that agencies also feel that most of the takeoffs must take place only after foolproof security check is done. Well, that's also one way that these instances could be avoided. But yes, we'll try and get more details as to what is happening in the meetings that have been called today. Also, we've seen one important meeting was called in the morning and another is scheduled in the afternoon. We'll keep an eye on that. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is at the SCO summit in Islamabad. There he said that the cooperation must be based on mutual respect. Terror, extremism and separatism are three evils. Well, that's the big statement coming in at this point in time from External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. My colleague Vishnu also joins us back on the broadcast here. Vishnu, take us through the details, what all has been said by the External Affairs Minister.
Well, the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, is in Islamabad for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. It's the first time in more than a decade that we've had an Indian foreign minister travel to Pakistan. Pakistan holds the presidency of the SCO this time around. On Pakistani soil, the foreign minister has said terrorism, extremism and separatism are three evils. And he said that trade development and economic development can hardly be expected unless this impediment was actually sorted out. His exact words were, if activities across borders are characterized by terrorism, extremism and separatism, they are hardly likely to encourage trade, energy flows, connectivity and people-to-people exchanges in parallel. So important words over there by the foreign minister on Pakistani soil, reminding the SCO that the primary goal of the SCO as per its charter was to ensure that the territorial integrity of state was maintained.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the big development that's taking place at this point in time. What External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has categorically stated at the SCO meeting that is happening in Islamabad, that terror, extremism and separatism are the three evils, and the cooperation between two nations must be based on mutual respect. There should be genuine partnership between the two nations, and the cooperation between the two countries is not possible with unilateral agendas. Well, sending out a clear message to Pakistan there at the SCO summit, big statement made by the External Affairs Minister. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Top leaders from the India bloc, including Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav, Supriya Sule, Kanimoi, had arrived in Srinagar to attend Omar Abdullah's oath-taking ceremony. Well, he's been sworn in as the new Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Important information that's coming in at this point in time is that the Congress party, which is part of the India alliance and had won 6 seats in the recently held Jammu and Kashmir elections, is not likely to be a part of the Omar Abdullah government, but is expected to support the NC from outside. However, Omar Abdullah, in a statement made to the media just a while back, has said that the talks between the two parties are still happening. The talks are still going on with the Congress party. However, whether the Congress party would be a part of the Omar government or not, that's something that remains to be a mystery. But Omar Abdullah, in clear words, has said that we are in talks with the Congress party. Well, Mehbooba Mufti, in those visuals, Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav also attended the oath-taking ceremony of Omar Abdullah. Listen in to what Mufti had said.
लोगों ने एक स्टेबल सरकार चुनी है और बहुत मुश्किल दौर है जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए, खासकर 2019 के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को बड़े जख्म लगे हैं और हम उम्मीद करते हैं जो सरकार बनी है वो सबसे पहले इन जख्मों का मरहम करेगी। जो लोगों की मुश्किलात हैं, जो लोगों को तकलीफ हुई है 2019 5 अगस्त के फैसले से, उसके बारे में सबसे पहला रेजोल्यूशन पास करेगी कि हम उस फैसले को कंडेम करते हैं।
Well, Omar Abdullah was previously the Chief Minister of Jammu Kashmir from 2009 to 2014. This is the second time that he is assuming the office of Chief Minister of Jammu Kashmir. And Omar Abdullah, of course, has a lot of challenges ahead of him. Of course, first being to balance the government and have better coordination with the Lieutenant Governor as well as the centre, the BJP government at the centre. Well, number of challenges in front of Omar Abdullah, but surely, while speaking to media a few days back also, yesterday also, he's clearly said that he doesn't want any confrontation with the LG or the centre, and he would try to coordinate with them better. Well, that's the same that has been reciprocated by the Lieutenant Governor also, that he would try to sit at the same table with the government and try to find solution to problems there. All right, but yes, the big story at the moment is that whether Congress party would be part of Omar's government or not, that is something that remains a mystery. A lot of statements that have been coming in from both sides. Let's clear the air, and my colleague Nazir is now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Omar Abdullah has been sworn in as the Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister. Well, number of leaders from the India bloc did attend the swearing-in ceremony, Nazir, but yes, what's this mystery around Congress being a part of the Omar Abdullah government or not is something that everybody has their eyes on. What are the details coming in?
Well, I think it is now very clear when you have top leadership of the Congress part of, the swearing ceremony. So clearly it has a firm backing of the Congress. One Congress minister not being part of the, because they only as part of the seat sharing in the cabinet, they only had got one seat in the cabinet, one ministry. So they could not actually pick the right choice. Now the Congress is saying, we'll wait till the time, because there are 3 other ministers who will be taking oath in due course of time, maybe in few weeks. This is what we are picking up from the National Conference and the Congress as well. So it's not something which is a rift within the alliance. That's not the case, even as the National Conference has the absolute majority even without Congress. But they are saying they are firmly with the alliance, and today it was a show of strength or the show of unity by the India alliance. When you see almost all the constituents of the India alliance were here, be it Akhilesh Yadav or DMK or NCP, top Congress leaders, this Mallikarjun Kharge, and also Rahul Gandhi himself. So they were trying to send a message. CPIM also, Akhilesh Yadav is here since yesterday. I spoke to him a while back, and he said they will certainly fight for the restoration of Jammu and Kashmir statehood, which Rahul Gandhi was repeatedly talking about during the election campaigning. But more than the India Alliance National Conference, Omar Abdullah has tried to reach out to the central government also. What we know that they had invited Prime Minister also.
Yes.
They were reports, but because of clearly it would not have been possible for the Prime Minister to sit at the swearing ceremony of the India alliance. Perhaps that's whether that would have been a right message.
Okay.
But here, if you see the complexion of the cabinet of Omar Abdullah, which is a new beginning in Jammu and Kashmir, you have people from Valley, you have people from Jammu, 3 ministers from the Valley, 2 ministers from the Valley, and 3 ministers from the Valley. So you have 4 Muslims, 2 Hindus. You have right mix of things. You have representation of Gujar and Bakrwal here, Javed Rana. You have Deputy Chief Minister from the Jammu, because there were lots of concerns that, look, BJP has won most of the seats in Jammu. So what will happen to Hindu majority areas of the Jammu? Who will represent them? And today we could see, which actually surprised many, that Omar Abdullah giving, this representation to Jammu. One is Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary from this Naushara Rajouri. Then from Jammu district, you have from some constituency Satish Sharma, who is a veteran, army veteran, who contested as independent and joined National Congress recently, extended fourth Omar Abdullah government. He has been made as minister to give the representation so that there's no sense of left out in the Jammu. So clearly this oath-taking ceremony is over. After a long, long gap, we have an elected government in Jammu and Kashmir. Now the fight, what they are saying, is for the restoration of the state and the right.
Yes, absolutely. And there are going to be a number of challenges also, Nazir, as we've been speaking about it earlier also, for Omar Abdullah here. First being to ensure a better coordination between his government in Jammu Kashmir and the centre, and of course ensuring a better coordination with the LG of Jammu Kashmir as well. Take us through the details. What are the challenges here? It's a task cut out for Omar Abdullah.
Well, it's not a challenge for only Omar Abdullah. It is a challenge for the centre also. Let's be very clear.
Right.
Jammu and Kashmir is not like Delhi, because the kind of the security challenge, proximity with the border, and a complex history, political history, and the situation of Jammu and Kashmir makes a compelling reason for the centre also to have cordial relations with the elected government. You have a security system, for example, police and the law and order, which is in the hands of Lieutenant Governor, because Governor has a sweeping power on certain key issues. But unless there's a hand-holding, coordination between the civil administration and the police, police cannot do much in isolation. And that remains a key challenge for the police and the Lieutenant Governor also. Look, he may be having the power, but when there's other powers, you can have a different power center, which is the elected government. Unless there's a coordination between the two, there would be serious consequences. So it is a compelling reason for both the sides, center, Lieutenant Governor, Omar Abdullah's government, Union Territory government, to be on the same page, because no side can afford to be on war path or not be on the same page, given, as I said, complex history, complex politics, and the complex security situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Any rift, any schism between the two sides can be exploited by the adversaries.
Right.
So not just a challenge, limitations of Omar Abdullah running an government in the UT where LG has a sweeping power, but also a compelling reason for the centre to ensure everything goes smoothly.
That's a very important point that you've made there, Nazir. Of course, any rift or if things go south between the two parties here, between the centre and of course the government here in the Union Territory, of course the adversaries would definitely want to take advantage of the situation, and that is something that shouldn't happen at any cost. And that is the reason that Omar Abdullah also in clear words has said that he wants to ensure a better coordination between his government and the LG as well as the centre. There is no reason for him to not do so, and that's the same that has been reciprocated from the other side as well. Meanwhile, we'll keep an eye on the developments here. Shifting our focus now to some more news. This is from Haryana. The Haryana BJP Legislative Party will meet today ahead of Chief Minister's swearing-in ceremony tomorrow. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, party observer for Haryana, Amit Shah arrived in Chandigarh to attend the meeting of the BJP Legislative Party in Panchkula. Well, the BJP had appointed Amit Shah as one of the observers for Haryana Legislative Party meeting to elect the leader who will take oath as the Chief Minister. Well, MP CM Mohan Yadav is the second observer who was appointed for the election of the state legislature party leader. Well, my colleague Gurpreet is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Gurpreet, has the meeting started already? What are the details coming in?
Well, we have seen Home Minister has just reached along with the other observers, and I'll request my visual to show these visuals, what is happening on the ground. We have seen Home Minister along with the other observers. They have just entered inside the venue in the BJP office Panchkula, where the meeting has already been initiated. The meeting is already underway. What we have learned from the BJP leaders, around 45 minutes will take place here to just elect the leader from the party, and after that they are going to Haryana governor, where they are going to claim before the governor for forming the government. These are the procedures which are being adopted by the party, and this meeting is the crucial part, because from here they are going to declare who will be the Chief Minister of Haryana. We have seen so many times, whether it's the Prime Minister or Home Minister, they have already made it very clear Nab Singh Saini will be the Chief Minister of Haryana, but this formality which is already underway, this meeting is crucial to declare officially who will be the leader from the party, who will be the Chief Minister of Haryana. So once the meeting is over, after that they will go to Haryana governor, where they are going to officially make a claim to form the government, and tomorrow we all know a big grand ceremony is going to happen for oath-taking ceremony, and where Prime Minister along with the Chief Minister of various states, they are going to participate in this oath ceremony. BJP has already decided to make a grand ceremony of this oath ceremony, because they wanted to give a message within the country to other states also, that how the policies of the BJP had been accepted by the people of Haryana. So once again, these visuals are very important on the ground. What is happening at this point of time? We are standing in front of this BJP
it's very much clear
Panchkula
that
office, where the Home Minister along with the other top leader of the BJP,
Yes, and you know what I was saying is that, Gurpreet, it's very much clear that Nab Singh Saini, of course, is going to take the spot. I mean, there is no other choice, and the BJP, of course, did not want to have any other choice or any other option other than Saini to be the Chief Minister this time again.
Well, that is what we have learned from the BJP leaders and BJP netas. They say before the polls, it was decided by the party they are going to contest election on the face of Nab Singh Saini, and they had already declared in the Chief Minister when Manohar Khattar, the former Chief Minister, was out of Haryana politics. Since that time, we have seen so many times, even during the rallies also, during campaign also, they have been claiming the Chief Minister will be Nab Singh Saini. But today, the official stamp will be put on this. What they were claiming earlier, that will be held in this meeting. And once this meeting will be over, after that, there will be official clarity. Nab Singh Saini will be able to get this opportunity to work as a Chief Minister of Haryana or not. But yes, of course, we have seen a lot of formality which are already underway in this meeting. Once this meeting is over, after that, there will be more clarity. Back to studio.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for getting us all those details there. Well, the official stamp on the name of the next Chief Minister will be put after the meeting ends, of course. And the swearing-in ceremony is all set to take place on October 17, that is tomorrow. Well, preparations are being made for that as well. Meanwhile, these are latest visuals that have come in with Home Minister Amit Shah. And Amit Shah was also one of the central observers of the BJP for Haryana. He arrived for this key meeting just a while back, and we'll get you more as developments take place. Shifting our focus now to Jharkhand, a crucial meeting of the BJP Central Election Committee was held at the party national headquarters to discuss the names of candidates for Jharkhand Assembly polls. Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda, and National General Secretary of the BJP BL Santosh were among the CC members who deliberated on the probable list of nominees. Well, the BJP is expected to release its first list of candidates for Jharkhand Assembly polls soon. Well, what we are also learning as per sources is that Prime Minister Modi has asked the committee to consider candidates with clean and non-controversial backgrounds. That's the latest bit of information that's coming in at this point in time. Well, the Jharkhand elections are going to take place in 2 phases, that is November 13th and November 20th. The counting of votes is going to take place on November 23rd, and before that, high-octane campaigning, of course, is taking place, and the probable list of candidates for the polls is also something that's yet to be decided upon. Well, the BJP is expected to release the first list of candidates for Jharkhand Assembly elections, and it's definitely expected to be a fierce contest between the two sides. Well, we have some more news now coming in at this point in time. We are learning the Supreme Court had slammed the air pollution panel today, saying that it was a toothless wonder. Well, the court also reprimanded the Punjab and Haryana government, saying that the court gives them 1 week. And in this hearing that took place just a while back, the court also asked as to why no action was taken against the violators. The Supreme Court has asked the top Haryana official from the government to appear in person. Well, the centre has assured the Supreme Court that members of Commission for Air Quality Management in NCR and adjoining areas have sufficient experience in the field of air pollution and environmental issues. Well, that's the latest coming in. We are learning now. My colleague Sunil Prabhu also joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more details about this hearing that took place today. Well, toothless wonder is something that's what the Supreme Court has called the air pollution panel. What happened there, Sunil? Take us through the details.
Well, basically a host of issues. First of all, one which they really want to get to the bottom of it is non-compliance of orders, where there have been, various acts, various orders of the Commission as well as the Air Pollution Act, where states have refused to comply, be it Haryana or Punjab. And that is why they've asked only if we can take penal action against these officials, will some, things start moving. And that is why they've asked for the personal appearance of the Chief Secretary of Haryana as well as Punjab, and to really revert on how they plan to take it, why they haven't done non-compliance, why they haven't taken action against the people who are responsible, against officers, to get to the bottom of it. The second, of course, is the aspect of the CAQM, which you said toothless wonder. That is the comment which Justice Oka made, while not casting aspersions on the members, making it clear that they wanted experts. How did you go about the selection process? Who are these people? On what basis have they been met? Are they really experts? And have you consulted IIT and others to really get to this thing? They really want to ensure that Delhi is free from air pollution. Because millions of people are being affected. It's extremely hazardous. It's apart from cancerous. And it's in that backdrop that the Supreme Court has asked most of these members who are supposed to be in the CAQM not even attending the meetings. I mean, that is something that they have really taken stock of. And then, of course, vehicular pollution, they've put it for notice. They look at that entire issue and asked the Punjab Agriculture University to share its ideas in terms of what it has in terms of stubble burning, how they can take out those machines, and hopefully find a solution in the days to come.
So the court has asked, why is there no prosecution for violation of orders? That must have been in place. Also, the court has slammed Punjab and Haryana governments, also saying that the Punjab government must actually declare itself helpless to deal with multiple violations. Let them declare we can't do anything and we are helpless. Those are strong observations, strong words that have been used by the Supreme Court today on Punjab and Haryana. Well, any reaction that has come in from the Aam Aadmi Party or the BJP, the two parties that rule Punjab and Haryana? All right, we'll go back to Sunil in just a bit. Meanwhile, that's the latest coming in at this point in time. Well, big developments that have taken place. All right, it's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला।
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color technology feels like home.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला।
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color technology feels like home.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला।
Welcome back after the break. The chorus for Trudeau to resign is now growing. Canadian MP Sean Casey is going public with his call for change at the top of the Liberal Party. Casey has urged Justin Trudeau to step aside before the next election to give the Liberals a fighting chance. Well, my colleague Vishal also now joins us on the broadcast here. Vishal, we do understand there's a growing chorus for Trudeau to step down from his post. Well, he's the one who's responsible for the deteriorating relationship between India and Canada, and also he remains to be an unpopular choice among the Canadians.
growing chorus within the Canadian political circle that they want a lot of Liberal MPs from within the Trudeau party. They want Trudeau to resign publicly. This is the first time that an MP has come out and said that he wants Trudeau to resign. So it remains to be seen whether or not other Liberal MPs will rally behind him. There have been reports in the Canadian media in the recent past, particularly in the last 2 weeks, which have said that Trudeau is not a popular leader anymore, and a lot of Liberal MPs want him to step down. So, and on the other hand, there are other MPs who want to rally, but they are waiting for, larger voice to, prop up, and then they will get behind, and then they will say that Trudeau has to step down. So these rumblings have been happening in the last 10 to 15 days, and especially after this recent fracas between India and Canada, that has also, escalated this to the next level. What remains to be seen is when the polls happen. So there have been reports that suggest that the polls could happen as early as February next year. The polls are expected to happen in October next year, but they could happen as early as February. So all of that remains to be seen. But as of now, the Canadian politics is in severe turmoil.
Absolutely. Sean Casey has publicly said that he wants Trudeau's resignation. And what we are also learning is that this, of course, comes at a time when the relationship between the two countries, India and Canada, has gone sour. And the party, of course, the Liberal Party of Canada had also lost a formerly safe seat of Toronto in a devastating by-election that was held a while back. Another election was also held there. Also, the Liberal Party didn't fare well. And we do understand now there is a growing chorus for Trudeau to step down from his post. Whether he would do so or not, that remains to be seen. Of course, a lot of important developments that are taking place at this point in time. We'll keep an eye on the developments there. Meanwhile, some more breaking news that's coming in at this point in time. Amid the Muda controversy in Karnataka, the Muda chief, Mallikarjun, has resigned from his post. Well, that's the big breaking news now coming in. We'll try and get more details about this in just a bit. Well, we do understand a fresh complaint was also filed in the Muda case just very recently, and there has been a growing pressure on Chief Minister Siddaramaiah also to resign from his post. But amid all those developments taking place, now we are learning Muda chief Mallikarjun has resigned from his post. We'll try and get more details about this. My colleague Pratibha will also be joining us on the broadcast, and that's the latest development coming in. Well, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah faces mounting corruption allegations from opposition parties, and the opposition parties have called it a scam. But Siddaramaiah and his party so far have maintained that he is innocent. And in between all of that happening, this is the big development that has taken place now. Muda chief has himself now resigned from his post. What led to this? Of course, that's something that needs to be found out. My colleague Pratibha is joining us on the broadcast here. Pratibha, big development are taking place. Amid the allegations against Chief Minister of Karnataka, we are learning now Muda chief has resigned. What led to this decision?
Well, we're yet to gather details on this. What we hear so far is that, yes, Muda chief Mallikarjun has submitted his resignation to the Mysuru Urban Development Authority, citing health reasons, and and this comes amidst the ongoing probe against the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, also a case against Bhairati Suresh, who's been heading the Urban Development Department as far as Karnataka goes, excluding the Bangalore Urban Department, of course. And while these cases are on, this comes amidst these allegations where Mr. Mallikarjun has tendered his resignation. Whether this is also out of pressure is also something that is being speculated at this point in time. And what we also hear is that there are a number of probes that are on against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. One is the ED heat, of course, and the other is the Lokayukta probe. And just 2 days ago, it was Snehamai Krishna, one of the complainants in this case, who did head to the Lokayukta once again to urge the Lokayukta to issue an arrest warrant against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. However, we need to understand that several of them have already been interrogated by the Lokayukta officials, not just Snehamai Krishna, but also the brother-in-law of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah there, and the original landowner Mr. Devaraju. They were all interrogated for the entire day, and we are yet to gather details from the kind of details that have already been gathered by the Lokayukta there. And amidst all of these allegations, amidst pressure as well as calls for Siddaramaya's resignation, the resignation of Muda head Mari Gowda comes at this point in time.
Sometime back, one of the Congress leaders also, Mavinahali Siddegowda, had said that it's Mari Gowda who is behind the current crisis faced by Chief Minister Siddaramaya. Well, the Congress party has been trying to blame it on the Muda chief, and he was hospitalized also, we're learning, a month back. He had complained of discomfort and chest pain, and after that he was admitted to the hospital also. What so far, any reaction that has come in from the Congress?
Well, it's just the information that has trickled in. We are yet to gather reactions from several of the Congress leaders as well as the BJP leaders, because remember, it was the BJP that had initially levelled allegations against Chief Minister Siddaramaya as well as the Muda. In fact, they did say that this entire scam is worth over 5,000 crore rupees, and all of this needs to be probed is also a demand that has been made by the BJP time and again, and they have been exerting pressure on not just the Chief Minister but also the Muda as far as the scam is concerned. And they had also urged Bhairathi Suresh to look into the scam. And initially, when the Muda allegations surfaced, it was Mr. Bhairathi Suresh, Karnataka Minister, who did fly to Mysuru to investigate the documents and had also suspended a few officers. Then there was also a press conference that was held by Muda chief as well as the other parties involved as far as heading the Muda is concerned, and all of them had given the kind of justification that was required as far as the scam is concerned. Yes, there were allegations that both the Muda as well as Chief Minister Siddaramaya colluded together to ensure that Siddaramaya's wife would be an illegal beneficiary of sorts.
Right. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us those details there. Well, that's the big breaking news coming in at this point in time. Information that has just come in that Muda chief Mari Gowda has resigned amid allegations of corruption against the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaya. Well, the Muda chief himself has been facing a lot of challenges since this controversy had erupted. Well, the Congress party workers, the Congress leaders have been blaming him for this crisis. He was even geared once when he had gone to the airport by Congress workers only. And amidst all these developments now, what we're learning is that he himself has stepped down from his position. However, we are yet to get more details about what are the reasons for this, whether he did so under any pressure or he did so on his own, whether he took the decision on his own. Of course, that is something that needs to be looked into. We'll keep an eye on the developments here on this big political story that we're tracking at this point in time and get you more. It's time for a short break here. More news and updates continue on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit.